and residents. I would like to call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
President Yu,
Present.
Vice President Mr. Beach,
Present.
Clerk Dr. Eugenio,
Here.
Board Member Dr. Apodaca,
Dr. Apodaca
Here.
will be participating virtually tonight.
I think
Board-
he said here.
Board
say
Member
yes?
Mr. Nishi,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. Say,
Present.
Board Member Dr. Rios.
She's here.
Thank you.
Present.
Oh, that's funny.
She's so cute.
Report. This evening, we will be discussing the following items in closed session. Public matter, public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter, conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, FSME, and CSEA. Existing litigation, special education settlement agreement, OAH 2022-010-797. Are there any public comments on the closed session item?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to move to closed session?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Roll call?
Oh, that's right.
Okay, we'll do.
Do that.
Okay, let's move to closed session
Who's that first? No, you have to do roll call.
Vote.
Because the people not here, yeah.
Call us out.
Okay, roll call, please.
Yes.
That's weird. Vice President Beach,
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio,
Yes.
President Yu,
Yes.
Board Member Mr. Nishi,
Yes.
Board Member Mrs. Say,
Yes?
Board Member Dr. Rios.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move to closed session.
sweethearts that e'er I had, they'd wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls into my lot that I should rise and you should not, oh, gently rise and softly come. Good night and God be with you all. So
Good evening. Good evening, ABC community, principals, teachers, and our students in the back from Artesia soccer team and Cerritos dance team. And we have teachers who are going to be tenured today. It's a packed room. So exciting. We have a lot of positive and good news today and happy faces. The board is now back in open session. May I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Can I have a vote, Danielle?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Say?
Present?
Mrs. Yu?
Present?
Thank you.
Thank you. We welcome public comments, and anybody wishing to make a public comment must fill out a card on the table to my left. All public comments are to be made during the public comments section or at the time an item is presented and must be done before the item is discussed. Each comment must be no more than 5 minutes. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, one matter. Conference with labor negotiator, update on negotiations with ABCFT, ABSME, and CSEA. Also in closed session, the board discussed and approved a special education settlement agreement in the amount of $9,875 in attorney's fee for OAH 20220-10797 by a vote of 7-0. I'm going to ask Dr. Michael Eugenio to lead us in a pledge.
Please rise. Place your right hand over heart. Repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm super honored and super pleased that all of our students stood up and paid respect to our greatest flag in the world. Thank you very much. Please join me in congratulating the first place winners and national champions of the West Coast Elite WCE National Finals Large Hip Hop category, Cerritos High School Principal Patrick Walker. Please come to the podium.
Nice round of applause for our communications officer, Mr. Scott Smith. All right. President Yu, members of the board, Dr. Su, members of the cabinet, and guests. It is my honor to be here tonight. As you know, Cerritos High School is celebrating its 50th anniversary. It is our golden anniversary, and the athletes at Cerritos High have been golden. They've brought home the gold. In 605 league play, we have 12 league championships. We have 2 individual CIF championships, 2 team runner-up CIF championships, and just this past week, we earned, count them, just in 1 week, 3 CIF championships. It's been a banner and golden year. But the young people I'm going to introduce to you tonight didn't stop at the regional level. They earned 2 state championships and, over the spring break, a national championship. They work super, super hard, well into the night, oftentimes outdoors in the weather conditions, but they're never complaining. They're always smiling as they work hard. So tonight, it is my honor to present to you the national champions, Cerritos dance team. They wanted to dance for you, but there's not enough room up there.
Right. Right here.
And I'd like if we could, to have Coach Largaspada come up and just say a few words before we present our national champs.
What number was the mental health professional? Oh, good question. I'm trying to dig through this and I can't find it. It's deeper in, actually. Right here. 2.98.
Board, thank you so much for having us. Our biggest goal this year, coming back from COVID, was to have a very successful and rewarding year. And I think we've done more than that. So thank you so much. If you wish to see us perform those routines and many more, we will be having our own showcase this month, May 28th, Saturday, at Cerritos High School at 7 p.m. $10 pre-sale, $15 at the door. And Mr. Walker told me that if any of the district board members want to go, he will buy your tickets himself. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you. Hannah on.
This is what I'm talking about.
Kate on. Audrey Canlas. Amia Daus. Abigail Fernandez. Jazalea Federica. Malia Gregorio. Ria Jane. John B. Kalra. Rachel Kim. Jasmine Lee. Kristen Lee. Camille Lim. Emily Natividad.
I wonder if that's the same. Do you think he's related? Yeah. He's related?
Kamea Nguyen.
I mean, how many Nativitas are there, right? Kind of looks like him.
Caitlin Perea. Emma Parker. Hannah Ramos. Jewel Riampananza. Olivia Santos. Kayla Silva. And me.
Shall we make like a dance move?
Let's give a big round of applause to Adam and the girls. So, does any board members want to make a quick comment? Make it please quick, because we have a soccer team waiting too. Okay, just quickly, it takes so many hours and effort, and I really appreciate the teacher Adam for putting in his time and sweat, because our girls needed to come out of their bedroom and be active, and you see their faces very bright, so it touches my heart. Thank you very much. Next, we have Artesia High School boys soccer team with fantastic color and uniform. We would also like to recognize and congratulate the Artesia High School boys soccer team as CIF Southern Section champions. Woo! I'd like to call Principal Sergio Garcia.
You know, as they're coming in, you hear me? Yeah, there. As they're coming in, I'll just tell you that every single game was super exciting this year. And there were some close games. There were some games that went on overtime. There were some penalty kicks. But you really don't want to hear from me. I think it's important to hear from Mr. Marquez, our coach, so he can tell you more about the season and what happens. So,
Good evening, President Suyu, board members, Dr. Mary Sue, and members of the cabinet. My name is Octavio Marquez. I'm a teacher at Artesia High School, and I'm also the boys varsity soccer coach. It's with a great honor to be here tonight to present you this great group of student athletes. Myself, and I know we're very proud to represent not only Artesia High School, our community, but also the ABC Unified School District. You know, I got to give these kids a lot of credit. You know, coming from COVID, going through testing weekly, you know, I'll be honest with you, it was a pain in the butt. It was a lot of work. I'm also an athletic director, so balancing from coaching this team and following and other teams on campus, it was a lot of work. And to be able to come through and have a tremendous year and win the school's first CIF championship, like I said, it's a great honor for us. We finished the season with a 24-2-1 record. We finished our season on a 22-game winning streak to win our school's first CIF championship. And to top it all off, we had to go in the semifinal. We had to go to Desert Mirage in Palm Springs, which they were undefeated. And we traveled there almost 3 hours, and we beat them 2-1 there. To come home and then travel to the opposite other desert, to the high desert, Quartz Hill in Lancaster, Palmdale, and beat them on their home court in sudden death overtime, 1-0. So you can imagine. I mean, you know, you can imagine how exciting it was, not only for myself, but I think for our kids, for our community. You'd be amazed if, and I know some of you were there, but if you went to that championship game, you would think we were the home team because our stands were packed, and honestly, I think we had more people than they did. And I think some of the people that went can vouch for that. It was amazing. You know, I have the video of the game-winning goal. I play it daily. I'll be honest with you. I'm still not over it. You know, it's like a dream come true. I've been coaching. This is my 29th year coaching at Artesia High School. I started coaching. I'm an alumni from Artesia High School. I love Artesia High School. I bleed Artesia High School. So we know coaching doesn't make us rich. You know, we don't do it for the money. For me, it's a passion. These guys, we knew at the beginning of the year they were going to be a very special group. You know, they were close knit. They worked hard, and they had one goal in mind, which was to win the CIF championship. You know, and I knew I had to win it this year because Sergio was on my butt every single year. about winning it and winning it. So we finally did it. You know, hopefully it's the first one of many more to come. I mean, I don't know how much longer I have as a coach. You know, 30 years is a long time for myself. But, you know, as long as I'm there and I enjoy doing what I do, I will be a part of the program. So thank you guys. I mean, I've thanked them a lot for all their hard work and dedication. And my coaches, I know a couple of my coaches, Rudy Magallon. A little story about Rudy Magallon. Rudy Magallon. He's probably not going to appreciate this, but Rudy was my high school coach when I went to Artesia High School. He was my coach, and then he was the one that actually got me into coaching when I graduated as an 18-year-old. I coached with him a couple years, 3 or 4 years. Then I took over the growth program for 20 years. And then 5 years ago, his work schedule changed, and he came to me and asked me if I want to take over the boys program. It was probably one of the toughest decisions in my life because nothing against the boys, but they're a little pain in the butt. You know, different from the girls. Girls, I mean, I know some people think I'm crazy because girls, you know, it's more the emotional stuff. But for me, I really loved it. I really love coaching girls. But when he asked me to take over, it took me about 2 or 3 days to really make a decision because it was something with the girls that I had built there. And for me to make the transition, I knew on the boys' side we were very talented yearly. On the girls' side, we did have talent, but, you know, we had to work a little harder. And on the boys' side, we have a lot of talent. So Rudy Mayon has, you know, just like me, he probably bleeds he does bleed Artesia because he still wants to be a part of this. How many years now? How many years? Well, yeah, he has 30 years, and so he's a little ahead of me, but I'm going to pass him the mic. I'm sure he has a couple words to say really quick.
I would like to thank all you guys for your support. It's a surreal experience. You know, when I started, I took over the Artesia Boys soccer program. I was a young coach, and it was tough at the beginning, but, you know, my goal was to build what we have now. When I stepped down, you know, because of my work schedule, it broke my heart, but that's why I went to Coach Marquez because he's an alumni. I'm an alumni from there too. So, you know, I just told him we have to keep it going, and we did. So our ultimate goal was met this year. You know, these young men work hard, and it was just incredible. Thank you.
So before we pass the certificates to the students, I just want to tell you, I let Tavo talk. That was a test for him. I wanted to see if he was going to tell me how much of a hard time I gave him about not winning. Because every year we would get to the third round, and then we would lose. So he couldn't get past the third round. So, yes, I was relentless, but I want to say I was his motivation for winning because he didn't want to hear me anymore. So thank you, guys. Thank you for saving Tavo. I really appreciate it. I know it was you guys and it wasn't him. So thank you. Kenneth Avila. Oswaldo Barragan. Eric Buenrostro. Diego Corona. Ricky Gonzalez. Jose Gudino. Joshua Lizarraga. Jairo Loza. Dominic Martinez. Juan Navarro. Juan Navarro? Nope, he's not here. Adrian Palacios. Raul Pantoja. David Ramirez. Jose Ramirez. Alejandro Robles. Brian Rodriguez. Miguel Rodriguez. Rodrigo Romero. Julian Trejo. Juan Valadez. Richard Birgen. Daniel Samarripa. Our head coach, Octavio Marquez. Coach Alex Martinez. Alex here? No. Coach Rudy Magallon. I don't see you. Coach Carlos Bernal. Not here, right? That's all. We'll get it to us.
Board members, you want to make any comments? Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead. Olga? Yeah, yay! Yeah. Boys, keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. We have
Yes.
board member Dr. Rios.
Well, I want to share in the triumphs, of course, of Artesia High School as a board member, but especially as an Area 6 board member who represents Lakewood, is an Artesia alum. Very, very proud of them. And also because I was at that game, and they are not kidding. I mean, this was a game of, those made for those, they're on Hallmark everywhere, those made to feel good movies. It was an incredible event. It was emotional for everybody. Academics are of high value here at ABC, but this also points out the importance of athletics, especially for the well-being of the body and of the mind of our students. In order for students to play sports, they have to be in good academic standing. So I couldn't be more proud of the students at Artesia High School, and of course the parents. If there are any parents, I know we always like to acknowledge them, or athletes, both of Cerritos High School or of Artesia, please stand. They probably have exited. Okay, well, the staff, thank you for supporting your programs, because it's an absolute It really does take a village. So yes, huge congrats to the coaches and the staff and Principal Garcia. Good job. Thank you.
Thank you. Or Ninishi, did you want? Okay. Thank you. Next. Wow, that was fun. I always love doing something like that with students. Next, we have Tenure, Permanent, and Status Teacher Presentation, Dr. Gina Zidlow, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Board. Thank you so much. We're so thankful this evening to have the opportunity to recognize and celebrate our teachers who have achieved tenure or permanency or status with our district. The last couple of years, this has been a virtual slideshow and not very real, seeing people in a little box. And so we're very glad tonight that we're able to do this in person. In ABC, we have very high standards for our teachers and our hiring and retaining of staff. We work hard at that with our administrators and our principals in that process. And so teachers who are being introduced to you this evening really represent the best and the brightest in our area and who are working with our students, who are many of the best and brightest in the state. This year we have 12 teachers who have either achieved tenure or permanency or status with our district. And we have a couple of them here this evening. Not everyone's still quite ready for group events, and that's okay. But for our teachers this evening who are receiving this recognition, we want to really congratulate you and welcome you and thank you for being part of this ABC team. We're proud of you, and we know that each of you will play a vital role in preparing and guiding and helping our students for many years to come here in ABC. We're thankful for your service and dedication to our students, to the district, and our community. That's what makes this work for our students. And so, as part of understanding the great impact that teachers have, I also just want to take a minute to recognize those who are here maybe as colleagues or our administrators or supports from the school sites for our honorees this evening. So if you're here, welcome. If you want to stand, we'd like to recognize you and thank you for being part of this. Probably no one will want to. It's okay. But the other key piece for teachers is their support systems at home, their friends, their family. This is hard work and this is good work, but it is sometimes trying work. Whether you're working with students who are having difficulties with their food sources, or you're having students who just can't quite get those multiplication tables. That takes a toll on those of us who work in this setting. And so we want to acknowledge and recognize friends or family here with our teachers this evening as the support system for our teachers. So I don't know if any of you will stand up to be recognized, but thank you. So now on to our honorees. When I call your name, please come forward and we'll get you your certificate, and then we'll take a picture up here out front. So this evening from Tracy High School, we have Heather Calderon. And then also this evening from our Tracy Independent Study Program, we have Joan Weedman.
Thank you very much. We have Dr. Beth Bray for Universal Pre-K, Elementary Curriculum and Professional Learning Supervisor, Academic Services. Dr. Bray.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. We do have a presentation, so I don't know if I need to wait for it to come on. But I'll say my good evenings to you, to President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Dr. Eugenio, all the members of the board, Dr. Sue, and the ABC community. As President Yu said, I'm Dr. Beth Bray, the Supervisor of Curriculum and Professional Learning for the elementary schools in ABC. And I have the pleasure of presenting the UPK plan, the Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan, to you tonight, along with my colleagues, Ms. Ortiz, the Director of School Services, and Mr. Woodward, the Supervisor of Child Development and the Extended Learning Programs. So Universal Pre-Kindergarten Plan is a requirement by the California Department of Education as we move to a new phase of opportunities for our young learners. Awesome. So I wanted to start by showing you that this was a group effort, and you can see, I'm not going to read all the names to you, but you can see that we had many people on this committee, and we were representing district departments, including school services, child development, extended learning, elementary curriculum. We had principals and assistant principals on the committee. And we also had teachers, most importantly, hearing the voices of the teachers who are working with early childhood, who are working with TK students and special education students. So the state requirement plan includes these 5 areas. They labeled them with letters. So focus area A, vision coherence. B is community engagement partnerships. C, workforce recruitment and professional learning. And focus area D, instruction and curriculum and instruction. E is district facilities services operations. These were all required for us to take a look at and examine how will this affect our existing programs and our new students who will be coming on board as the dates start to roll back for TK. So not only did we have a lot to look at and a lot of people to help us, but we started this plan way back in January when Dr. Mayfield was still with us. She started the committee off and got us running, and the 3 of us here continued the work, and you can see the heavy lifting that happened in between each of these group meetings. The focus area committees, there were subcommittees, they were all meeting together to discuss the details of their focus area. So we've been working on it for a long time with a wonderful group of people, and I want to show you a visual to kind of so we can kind of understand why are we calling it UPK, and then we hear UTK, and then sometimes we hear P3. There's a lot of acronyms going around in the state, so I wanted to try to give us a view that might make this simplified. So the universal pre-kindergarten part of this is a mixed delivery system. It is really giving parents choice of many options for their 4-year-old child. However, every child by the year of 2025 will have an option to be enrolled in either a public school or a private school or home-based care, whatever the parent feels is the best place for their 4-year-old child to be. So you can see that we have listed some of the options that parents will have. Of course, ABC will offer a universal TK program that will phase in and will be available for all parents of 4-year-old children by the year 2025. I'm going to turn this over to Ms. Ortiz, and she's going to talk to you. Oh, no, I'm going to do one more slide, sorry. She's like, no, not yet. The vision. So we put this vision together as a committee. We worked on it for several meetings, and each meeting we'd come back and say, does this really grasp what we're trying to say? So you can see here that it has lots of adjectives, and that was purposeful. So ABC will offer all 4-year-old children an early start to education with high quality, developmentally informed, inclusive, rigorous, and play-based pre-kindergarten learning opportunity by the 25-26 school year. The focus here was really on thinking about what a 4-year-old child will need and making sure that we're hitting all of their developmental needs and their social needs as well as their academic needs. Now, Ms. Ortiz.
No. Good evening. This slide references the age eligibility requirements for TK beginning this current year through 25-26 school year. The chart reflects a 4-year progressive transition to include all 4-year-olds in TK or UTK by 2025-2026. ABC will follow the CDE guidelines with regards to UTK ratios. Our TK classes are currently 24-1, and we will remain with 24 students in our TK class throughout as we progress through into the 25-26 school year. However, the adult student ratio for the upcoming year will change. That new ratio will be 1-12, and then pending legislative appropriation, future years, it could move to 1-10 student ratio, adult to student ratio for TK. I wanted to share with the board that we will begin transitioning, updating our transitional kindergarten board policy 6170.1 to reflect these CDE guidelines in the upcoming school year. The UTK daily minutes, as you can see on the slides that we have, all students have the opportunity to participate in a program which now will be up to 9 hours. So it'll be the full day TK plus an additional 3 hours of extended learning program. And this will be offered for all TK students, for all parents that are interested in the extended learning programs for TK. ABC will also offer a 30 additional EXLP days, which is the extended learning program days, during the summer, which is part of this plan and the grant that we're looking at. Focus Area B, we just completed Focus Area A, but Focus Area B talks about community engagement and partnerships, so we're addressing these two areas in the upcoming slides. This particular slide is a brief overview of a little bit of both. First of all, you can see that there is a community survey that we have already prepared. It's ready to go, pending board approval of the plan. We are going to need to move quickly once we have board approval to make sure that we're reaching out to our families and getting their input with regards to the surveys and what their plans are as we move into this new plan. So the surveys are ready to go, and we'll be sending them to parents through Parent Square. It will be attached to our district website. We are preparing a universal pre-K newsletter, as well as on the slide you can see a mailer that we're going to be sending out, and we'll have the QR code to the survey attached to the mailer. Below that, we have the presentation. So being able to share this plan not only with our administrators, and we've already begun that process since they're looking at how they're going to implement this plan in their schools, if approved. So we've started the process with administrators, and we will continue with making sure that we're engaging our parent groups in conversation regarding this upcoming, the plan and the implementation of the plan. And we will also place the presentations on the district website so parents can access it if they're not able to attend parent meetings. The next slide is talking a little bit more about our partnerships. And as you can see, obviously, our current families, school sites, our prospective ABC families, our city partners, Artesia, Cerritos, and Hawaiian Gardens, And then many of our advisory committees, our DLAC, school site councils, our LCAP, our PAC, and our CAC. What is not included on here, which should be included on here, and which we absolutely will be including, is our PTA councils, PTA meetings, and preschool meetings. So you can kind of imagine that we have two more little boxes on those slides for our PTA and preschool. This is focus area C of the plan, which is focused on workplace recruitment and professional learning. And this slide speaks to a little of both. First of all, we will continue with our partnerships with the higher learning education institutions and the LA County Office of Education to assist us with the completion of credentials and early childhood education units for our teachers who will be teaching in TK. Of course, we will also be working with our TIE event, our ABC teacher interview event, to recruit new TK teachers as we need, and also recruitment through our Cerritos City College teacher track, which we've been working with for many, many years in ABC. We will continue to provide mentorship opportunities through our teacher induction program and our PK and TK collaborative, and I'll talk about PK collaborative in just a minute. And of course, we will continue to recruit from our own folks that are already working in our district and support them. We're looking at our paraprofessionals, teachers' aides from our current pool, as we are going to need additional support when we move into this program. As I shared, the adult to student ratio will be decreased, which means more staff. The next slide speaks a little bit more to the professional development part of Focus Area C. What you can see up there is the Ready to Advance. I'm looking at the curriculum instruction, and this was already adopted. We went through the process last year to adopt this TK curriculum, so we will continue with the Ready to Advance curriculum. And this curriculum is is based on the California preschool curriculum frameworks, and it does support our multilingual learners. The next, under the blue column there, observational assessments, these are the types of assessments that would be used in the program. Ages and stages, which is the ASQ. Developmental observations are other types of assessments. We would use the assessments that we already have based in the Ready to Advance curriculum as well. Under the salmon-colored column is the social emotional development and learning piece, and we are currently going through the process of curriculum review. Very shortly you will be getting notification that we are ready to share the recommended SEL curriculum for our district. In fact, in the next week or so you'll be hearing more about that, and we are looking at SEL curriculum to help support our TK age students, and specifically for our TK age students. So I'm really excited to be able to share that with our board shortly. And then, of course, the trauma and healing informed practices, youth mental health, as we continue in our mental health department supporting our teachers with these very, very important strategies working with our youth. And then under the yellow column, other areas related to early childhood education, developmentally informed environments, effective adult-childhood interactions, and inclusive settings and universal design and learning for students with disabilities. So these are all areas that we will be focusing on for PL with our TK teachers and staff. This slide is a combination of two. I'm going to bring the other one up just so there you go. Okay. I'm going to speak to the yellow piece first, the TK Collaborative. This is an existing collaborative. They meet regularly, and these are our TK teachers that discuss curriculum standards, best practices, and assessments. I was fortunate enough to meet with them a few years back when we were talking about TK needs and curriculum. So that's an ongoing collaborative, and it will continue to move forward. We are introducing a PK collaborative in this plan where they will be shared professional learning opportunities for California State Preschool, Head Start, our TK teachers, kindergarten teachers, and Expand and Learning staff to ensure that we have vertical continuity between these two and a real smooth transition. What you see, kind of the rose-colored piece in the middle, is just the uniting of the two. And at this time, I am going to turn the slides back to Dr. Bray.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to talk a little bit about curriculum and instruction, which is what I do every day, and my heart is here. So you can see on this slide that we are talking about our district adopted, Ready to Advance. That's our current TK adoption. It was implemented this year, purchased last year, adopted last year, and implemented this year with our current TK teachers. Again, it's based on the preschool foundation, so you can see in the little bubbles, these are all of the components. It's a comprehensive program, so it is not a program where we buy one thing for social studies, one thing for math, one thing for English language arts. It's all comprehensive in one package, and so that's why you see all of the little bubbles there together. It's 10 themes that run throughout the year, so it has an SEL component, a social emotional component that is built into the program as well. In addition to that program, which is quite robust, we have thought there might be additional needs, so that the committee talked about what additional things might we need besides the curriculum. So we will be continuing to support and offer dual language immersion for TK students at Nemus and Ferguson. So we will continue to support them. We do have this Ready to Advance program is in Spanish and is available to those Spanish dual language immersion schools at this time. We also talked about the need for possibly a supplementary program for social emotional learning. Sometimes when you have a big comprehensive program, pieces get buried, or maybe they're not as prominent and easy for a teacher to implement. We want to make sure that the social emotional piece is very easy for a teacher to implement, and so we will be looking at a program to supplement for that as well. And then you see this organization, the Center for Social and Emotional Foundations for Early Learning. That is an organization that has lots of activities and a lot of things that we can use as resources for our teachers should they come upon a situation that they need additional help. Also, we want to ensure that the special education students have the services that they need, not only the services listed in their IEPs, but making sure that the curriculum is adaptable towards their needs. So that will be something that we focus on as we increase the number of TK students and the number of TK classrooms. And the assessments, we talked about a little bit in the previous slide during professional learning. We'll be using observational-based and curriculum-based assessments. For developmental learning, it's really important that you observe the child and you see what they are able to do and where they are, where they fall on a developmental scale, so that you're able to assist them. But we also need to know curriculum-wise, where are they learning, kind of in the academic realm. So we have both of those. We also have district screeners for early learning, for early literacy and early math skills that we will be able to use to help us. And they will receive progress reports and report cards, just like all other students that are in elementary school. Okay, and Tom is going to talk to us about the most important part, facilities.
Thank you, Dr. Bray. The last focus area for our plan that the state is asking us to put together is facilities, services, and operations. So you can see that we're taking previous plans and building together into what our UTK will look like for the district. So the board approved in 2017 a district facilities master plan. So we're using that information, and Tuan and Ryan Carter and their team is working on a master plan for UPK that should be ready by the end of this month, the end of the school year. The bullets that are presented here are some of the required items we are required to submit to the California Department of Education. So we wanted to make sure that they were listed here. We as a district do not plan to displace any of our current Head Start or state preschool programs. Each of those classrooms are located on school campuses, but they are very distinct and separate from the rest of the campuses. So those programs will remain in place. Looking at next school year, we do have adequate space for the projected TK enrollment. So our classrooms are going to be adequate, and then we will move forward as the need arises. Any adaptive equipment or technology for students with special needs is also going to be provided for all of our 4-year-olds and our youngest kids in the TK classrooms. So these are the numbers. These are projections that we're looking forward to. The state has asked us to project all the way out to 25-26. And while we don't know exactly what these numbers will be looking like, this is what we are taking our best guess on for our district. And we need to use the numbers in this slide to kind of let us know how to plan for the future. And you'll notice that the numbers do go up annually. There's an increase as the age changes, the month of that required to serve changes, the numbers obviously go up there. I also want to point out that on all of these slides, the first year is 2019-2020, which is the most previous full year pre-COVID, essentially. So we're comparing the projections to our pre-COVID numbers. So before COVID, we had 270 TK students. This year, we're down a little bit to 212, and we're projecting that number will go up to 950 by 25-26, and you can see those numbers there. For facilities and the classrooms that we will need, we basically took the number of students that we're projecting in the previous slide, and we divided that by the ratio or the maximum class size of 24. So if you look at the TK classrooms, pre-COVID we had 13 classrooms. Now we have 11. We anticipate 13 next year, and building that all the way up to 40 classrooms by 25-26. For staffing estimates, the numbers are very similar. You'll notice that currently we have 11 teachers. Pre-COVID was 13 teachers. But we are not staffed right now with teacher assistants. With the ratios that are required for UTK, we are going to include teacher aides in the classrooms so that we'll have a teacher and an aide in those classrooms. And then the next slide talks about our talks about the extended learning program. We mentioned earlier that extended learning will be offered to our 4-year-olds in TK, so they will also be offered a 9-hour day. Pre-COVID and this year, all of our TK students are in the paid fee-based EDP program. So you'll notice that those are family fees. And then next year, we anticipate having about 25 children, which is really about 5% of the total enrollment. That number could fluctuate. We don't know what that'll look like. All of the TK kinder enrollment is parent choice. Dr. Bray mentioned that it's parent choice. These families are not required to send their children to transitional kindergarten or even kindergarten, so they may choose to keep them in other programs. But we're anticipating at least 25 for next year, and that number goes all the way up to 68. And then the slots available, those numbers are a little bit different because those go up to the next higher ratio. So we already have a ratio for expanded learning programs beginning next year of 10-1 for TK kindergarten. So if we're anticipating 25 students, we'll make sure we have enough slots for 30 so that we can have all of those children. And all the way up to 25-26, when we're anticipating 68 children in the program, we'll make sure we have 7 cohorts or 7 classrooms for TK across the district. And that is our presentation. So I'm thanking you for your attention, and also we are all available to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a few questions, starting with Board Member Say.
I better just have two first because I know my colleague has a lot of questions too. My grandson's going to be turned to 5 and 24 to 25. So you get at least 3 kids, I know that. Okay, I really want to tell the public how wonderful our program. For Lucas, which is my grandson, I'm promoted to become a grandmother. He's only 2, but we sent him to our preschool program there. So it's like 2 years old, but I tell you the program is so great. 2 years old, he know what is big and small. 2 years old, he know how to matching it. I mean, that is amazing. And the material sent home, I mean, I pick up my license back now. I have a preschool license. So I started sharing with my son. He learns so fast. They just like library, the brain. You grab it, they learn and respond back to you. I was totally shocked, our education system here. But my questions here, number one, do they have to go back to the homeschool area or the facility the parent had choice?
So I can answer that for you. TK currently is not part of our school of choice process, so it would not be involved in the lottery at this time. So students are assigned to TK based on their resident school, and if their resident school is not currently offering TK, then we have a feeder school. So we align our resident schools with feeder schools, and then the students are assigned to the feeder school.
Can I do pre-register?
Yeah, in kindergarten, they return to their resident school.
They can
Thank you, Dr.
pre-register
Ray,
before?
right.
Can I pre-register like 2-3 years ago ahead?
Actually, we opened up TK enrollment this year in January. We opened it early this year, so they're already coming in.
Last one, because I know my colleague has a lot of questions. One of the page you presented how to communicate, communicate with the local community. I suggest you're working also, I think this is the page, community engagement and partnership. I suggest, I didn't see any local newspaper work with them, and Long Beach Telegram, and we also have Cerrito's Mom, Facebook. Those areas we need to be, extensive to outreach them. I know we have a lot of parents out there do not know, because my daughter's son went to this program, and she ended up taking 3 more students went to that program because nobody knows that program so well. And I think this is really need to outreach really well, go every detail, the place to let people know we have this program here. And so I put down Facebook, Long Beach Telegram, local newspaper. I can't say other things, but I'm going to give the next to my other colleague to share that with you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We plan to outreach as much as possible and in many venues as possible. We need to reach our prospective parents, which may not have children in the school at this moment, and so our usual ways of communicating with parents won't necessarily work. So thank you for suggestions.
I will guarantee give you 10 kids on that time.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to ask first question. And first of all, thank you for your presentation. And when students start enrolling, whether you're in district or outside district, if you enroll through the TK, they continue in our district. And so that would really help with our declining enrollment. Here's a very tough concern. Many parents are concerned about the state standards and the guidelines of exposing young students with the gender and the LGBT studies. And is there a way to assure the public that those agenda will not be taught at this age? Or do we have to follow certain guidelines? And I know that social emotional learning, that curriculum, what is it involved? Does it have those themes? And this is not attack on our district, because our district is known to be conservative, and filter really, I really appreciate.
Okay, I appreciate the question. I believe Ms. Castro is going to have a presentation later that may answer some of the questions. We do have to follow guidelines. However, the TK students follow the preschool foundational standards for California, not the standards that are for kindergarten through 12th grade. So there is a little bit of a difference there. They are sensitive to developmental needs of students. You will have a chance to look at the social and emotional learning curriculums. That will be coming to you pretty soon. We're, Melinda's office and mine, working together and finalizing a list of items for you to look at, so you will be able to see exactly what the content is, should you have any concerns about, what is mentioned in the, I couldn't speak to that right at this
Right.
moment,
There
but
was
you
a
will have an
Facebook.
opportunity.
I just wanted to bring to your attention, there was a Facebook, and it was ABC Preschool, TK. And that Facebook was promoting the curriculum and the study agenda of the LGBT and the gender studies. And I'm sure you may have heard this, and parents were very concerned. That went out, and I think that Facebook was brought down, but that's in the public. And I think that with declining enrollment, really assuring, majority of the parents don't want that. And if our district can take a stand and say we're not going to bring that on, I think that could actually attract a lot of parents, because they're searching and they're very concerned. Yeah.
Board President, I think
Yeah.
staff would like to respond to your questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, President Suyu. I just want to make sure that we reiterate that based on that posting, we did do the appropriate research on that.
Appreciate it.
That posting was taken down. And I just want to remind us that sometimes things are posted that do not indicate they are not necessarily adopted curriculum from our district. So that information is incorrect. Those were not materials that were formally adopted by our district. So I just want to clarify that specific point. I also want to make sure that we point out that in ABC, we do follow state ed code and guidelines. We follow social content review guidelines, and we also follow the FAIR Act to make sure that there's inclusivity in our process. So I just want to remind us of that and remind us that we do follow those processes and laws.
Thank you.
I also want to add on the Education Code 51101 Education Code, which is tonight we're talking about the information item, actually covered that. Parent, you do have a right to involve your children curriculum. And this is a policy here. I want the public to understand that. And you have a right to review.
Okay.
You can work with the staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next, we have Board Vice President Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I first wanted to say I'm excited to see that we're getting ahead of the game and getting this together before it's necessary, so thank you for that. This might be for Tuan, but are there funds attached to this plan to roll out the pre-K in all the schools for facilities?
Thank you for the question, and that was actually one of the key item that we have asked Mr. Niishi when he's going to be in Sacramento this weekend to advocate for is funding or fully fund the TK facility program. So as you know, the state is mandating this program, and we will begin rolling it out next year. Due to declining enrollment, our schools have the space. However, we may not have the appropriate classroom for TK with the appropriate restrooms, bathroom, and all the requirements for the very young students. The revised proposal by the governor, which he released last week on May the 13th, Friday, did not include fully fund or nearly fund any facility relating to this program. So it becomes an unfunded mandated, if you will. Right now, as we reported for next year, based on our projection, we have sufficient facility to accommodate this program. But beyond that, 23-24, we will be working, at least we have a year, to plan and ensure that our facility will be ready with or without the help of state funding, because this is a mandate. We have to have this program. We have to be in compliance with all the facility. And we are hoping that the state, as part of their final state budget, will include facility funding for the TK program. But as of today, based on the governor budget proposal, the revised one, there's not sufficient funding for this program.
I wanted to ask that question first because if I heard Ms. Ortiz correctly, there's not going to be pre-K at every school. So when these numbers increase, my question is, are we going to move kids to schools with availability, or would it be building new portables? What's the district's plan in 25-26?
Correct. So in looking at next year, we are planning to have 13 TK programs and eventually expand it ultimately to 40 if the numbers holds, right? So we eventually will plan to have at least one TK program or class in each of the elementary school because we have 19. So again, it depends on enrollment. Right now we have schools, satellite schools, or feeder school, if you will, but eventually we will plan to have the TK program at each and every one of our elementary schools so that parents get, have their local choice of the program.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Next, we have Dr. Olga Rios.
Well, first of all, Madam President, I would like to respectfully ask that you be mindful of labels about who we are as a district, and what the majority of our parents do or don't believe. We are a very big district, and I would never venture to assume anything. I know that that is probably not a question we ask on our surveys. So, I mean, unless you have data that you'd like to share with me, again, I like to refrain from such statements. I do have a couple of questions. Staff, tell me a little bit more about your staff ratio. Is it like one teacher and one assistant, or is that something else?
Currently, our ratio in TK is one teacher to students, no more than 24 students per classroom. With this plan and implementation, it would reduce to 1 to 12.
But what would that look like? Would it be one teacher and one
I'm sorry,
assistant?
yes. Exactly. So it would be a teacher and one teacher's aide, and then depending on the size of the class, at 20, it would be one teacher, two teacher's aides as we move forward if the legislation approves the 1 to 10 ratio.
Thank you. The other thing is more of a suggestion or something for us to think about. We are a trauma-informed district, and with trauma, this often translates into students coming to school with behavior challenges. And I really like seeing the bubbles about everything that that will be encompassed. Do we have a plan for addressing issues that, such as this? It might be in SEL, it may be in developmental. Can you talk a little bit about that?
We will still implement PBIS strategies. Although they're TK, we can still use our universal PBIS throughout the district. So we'll continue with that, as well as the new SEL programs that we are looking at to implement with our students with regular Tier 1 level supports for our students. So universal SEL will help to support that. And then we'll continue our support with our parents, working in conjunction with them if we have more serious concerns, as well as we have our mental health professionals to support us at that level as well.
Thank you. And then the other questions were answered by my fellow board members' questions already. Thank you so much. Very excited about this program.
Next, we have Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, three of you, for that thorough presentation. Are the instruction of proper and good manners embedded anywhere in the curriculum, like the pleases, the thank yous, the excuse me's, I'm sorry's? I believe these are important to build an early foundation of respect for self, respect for others, and also responsibility for one's actions.
Thank you for the question. In our pre-K programs, we do have specific guidelines and talking about how friends and who our friends are and how we interact with our friends, how we speak with adults in the classroom. So yes, that is very much embedded into our daily routine in the classroom for our pre-K classrooms, and that will be continued into transitional kindergarten.
Thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very excited with this program. It's like the beginning of school, and we're starting it a little bit earlier. So being advanced in that, I think, will bring us even farther forward in this district. I had a couple just general questions regarding the extended learning program. That's going to be open to everyone, and that's, go ahead, and we have capacity for that.
Yeah, so the expanded learning programs I presented at a previous board meeting, that all of our TK students will be able to apply for it and participate in the program. For kindergarten through 6th grade and TK through 6th grade, the opportunities grant is for students who qualify. And we as a district look at unduplicated pupils. So those are the students that qualify initially. Based on the funding, we may be able to expand that into additional areas for students even beyond TK that are not considered unduplicated pupils. But it is dependent upon funding sources and how many families choose to participate. Just like TK, our 9-hour opportunity program is optional. We're required to offer it and provide to at least 50%, but the families are not required to participate. So if we don't get 50%, then we can expand.
So just to further that question related to the extended learning, we also have a place where we can pay for that particular extended learning, correct?
I'm not sure I understand the question, but we do have funding.
We have funding. Go ahead.
Oh, our fee-based program, yes.
Fee-based
Our extended day
program, correct?
Yes.
So we'll have enough staffing for that as well?
Yes.
So that everybody can ask for it.
The three programs, as we presented in the previous board meeting, the programs are merging into expanded learning programs. So we will offer a single comprehensive program to all children at every elementary school in the district.
So the answer would be everybody will have a chance to be part of that extended learning program, which is very good.
Yes.
I'm very much in favor of that. That's great. And then, yes, in relation to the facilities, if you have any specific questions or issues that you'd like me to advocate for up there in Sacramento this weekend, I'll be happy to do that, particularly those facilities. I think it's really important that we actually are able to, because it's not just an issue of just magic wand, boom, we can have the program. We also have to have the facilities, the bathrooms, and the additional things that specifically these young children will definitely need. It's not free for Sacramento. Just letting you guys know. So let me know what else you'd like me to ask for specifically. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. That's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Sophia Say again.
Back to some questions now. I just give you one sample. People say, you say September 2nd and then June 2nd, let's put it this way, when you turn to 5 years, I qualify for this program. What about, my birthday is June the 3rd. There's 1 day difference in there. And do you do some kind of testing on the student and see if they're mentally, physically ready for the program? Or you just strict by the date?
We will adhere to the CDE guidelines. However, we will also follow our board policy. And our board policy currently is in place. It was reviewed and board approved just a few years ago. So, for example, right now, we, although we do have the deadline basically of February 2nd in our board policy, it currently states that up until the last day of the second trimester, students may enroll in TK as long as space is available. So we will keep that in place until we bypass or until we finally pass up that last day of the second trimester. So it will actually open up the availability to more students in the 23-24 school year. But we will maintain our policy until that time.
Okay, thank you. Second question is kind of the open can of wound. What if, let's put my Lucas again as a sample. What if Lucas living right by, or right now they're living at Artisan Shoemaker area, right by Whitney. What if they don't have this program, and you are assigned Lucas to other area? Okay, when Lucas finished the TK program, Lucas like to stay at that school instead of going back to his home school. Does he have the choice there?
He would need to apply or the parents would need to apply for Lucas through the school of choice process for kindergarten. He would return to his school of residence. Even if he was at TK at another site, he would return to his school of residence, as we currently do, for kindergarten, or the parents have the opportunity to apply for school of choice.
So they still have to go back to apply for school of choice for
that? That is correct.
I don't know. It doesn't seem right, though, for little tiny kids. They get used to their classmates, they know their friends, and then you moving back to the new school, face a new challenge. Sometimes to me it's a little harder as a preschool teacher, so I'm looking at that point of view. And I do want to share with my colleague, Dr. Hino, our school does teach kids say please and thank you. They even teach sign language. When Lucas first started, did not speak word at all. So they start teaching him, comes home, say please and thank you. That was really great. As for the 2-year-old boy, I respond, I want to thank you folks. You guys did a great job. To all the teachers and the staff here. Wonderful. Thank you.
I have another question. For this So this is open and available to all the 4-year-olds since it's universal?
By the date that they, by the CDE dates that we set.
Mhm.
So for this upcoming year, February 2nd, so students who will be 5 by February 2nd, so they can be 4 and up until February 2nd. And then as that scale moves up, so by 25, 26, all 4-year-olds will be be permitted to attend TK and included in the program.
I see. So it's not like priorities given to working parents, but there's just equal opportunity.
No, equal opportunity based on the guidelines that we're following through the California Department of Education.
I see. And even extended care is given to all, not just working parents,
Yes, it's offered to all TK students. and
regardless of a family income or needs.
If there's space available,
I see.
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of May 17, 2022?
So moved, Apodaca.
Second, Ishii.
Danielle, roll call, please.
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes?
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 3rd, 2022?
Motion approved, Eugenio.
Second.
Roll call, Danielle?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
I would also, can I have a motion to pull 2.9A, item 2.9A, after the public comment section?
So moved.
Are we talking about the
Second,
closed-
Apodaca.
the consent calendar?
Agenda item.
Agenda item.
Okay.
The action item?
Yes. It's a tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the management confidential employees regarding compensation, management, confidential positions, and ranges, duty year, calendar, and health and welfare benefits. So we had a motion and a second. Can I have a roll call?
Dr. Apodaca?
Yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes?
Dr. Rios? Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
So any public comments on 2.9-A can wait until we have this discussion. Okay. Good evening, everyone. May is the Employee Appreciation Month, and this, on May 11th, we had a fantastic breakfast for the employees in the district. And from bottom of our heart, we really appreciate all the employees and the teachers and the staff who really love our children and genuinely care for the children. And I know there are many teachers, many teachers and educators in our district who have a genuine care. All your labor, your sweat, and your concern and care. It really helps each and every one of our students. And the custodians, secretaries, admin staff, and of course our cabinet members, district staff. You guys went through a lot. We went through a lot together this past 2 years. You deserve recognition. I know that today at Cerritos High School, Chef, Cerritos High School Education Foundation, had a special lunch, tacos for the teachers to appreciate them. So we really want to take this time to thank all of our employees at ABC Community. This past Saturday, we had a board retreat, board study session with Bob Kane, and we discussed the importance of communication with our public. How do we respond with social media? How do we respond with threat? How do we work as a board? And it was a very helpful, genuine discussion, and we learned a lot. And we were able to have deep conversation. It's all televised and recorded, so please feel free to tune in. And lastly, we had a $90 billion surplus. That's a lot of money, $98 billion. That means state of California, in the history, collected the most tax, $98 billion, which means they collected too much tax. And the California education per student, we ranked the bottom with a base grant. I hope some of that surplus can come to schools and our districts through the base grant, because each district have different needs and different priorities. One size do not fit all. And it is difficult, and I hope that like seeing our students, our soccer team, our dance team, those things are very encouraging, just to see some smiles. We know these kids are healthy, but we also have many students at home, and parents are stuck, and they struggle. So I hope that we can move forward, working together to help nurture and foster positivity to each and every one of our students. So thank you very much. Next, we will have a student board representative, Samantha and Gonzalez from Tracy High School. Please come up to the podium.
Good evening, President of the Board, Ms. Suziu, Vice President, Mr. Beach, Clerk of the Board, Dr. Eugenio, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Su, and cabinet members, good evening to everyone. My name is Samantha Gonzalez. It's great to be back here with you again. Everything is going well at Tracy as we are getting ready to close out the 21-22 school year. It's hard to believe that I'm at the home stretch of my educational career in ABC. It's been a wild ride the last few years, and I must admit that I'm a little anxious to know that the real world post-high school is right around the corner. Anxious and a bit nervous for sure, but I'm also confident that my years in ABC schools have made me ready to continue my education at Long Beach City College and eventually reach and live my dream of being an elementary teacher. I promise to you all that I will give you my best shot. Activities at Tracy High School have finally normalized at this time after the big Omicron surge really disrupted the start of the new year. While we are still very aware of our health and hygiene protocol, it is nice to not have to wear a mask and see the smiles of of others that we've missed for nearly 2 years. Red Cross Club at Tracy is becoming the flagship club of the school led by CTE medical career teacher, Mrs. Calderon. I'm especially proud that I was selected as the club's vice president. Tracy Red Cross provided some great activities and opportunities for the club's members this year. Among those activities included the Tracy Red Cross information booth at the Hawaiian Gardens Carnival, where students were able to educate the public on how to be prepared in case of a house fire. It was nice to engage with the community members and provide them life-saving information. We also held a blood drive where students and staff had the opportunity to donate blood, and I'm happy to report that so many students and staff participated that we were able to save the lives of 57 people. That's pretty awesome. Another traditional Tracy club that is up and running again is Tracy Peace Club, led by retired teacher Pat Alviso. Ms. Alviso meets weekly with a large group of students, and a few of their activities included Peace Week and the upcoming Tracy Team Memorial Plan for the next week. After 2 years of the pandemic and activity, Ms. Alviso and Peace Club are back on the scene at Tracy. Long Beach City College and Cerritos College have been to Tracy campus multiple times this year, recruiting students and assisting those interested in applying for financial aid. Ms. Mejia, Tracy School's counselor, has been instrumental in keeping our seniors in tune with our local colleges so they will be ready for the fall semester. Enrollment at Tracy increased dramatically after the holidays in January. While an average orientation may include 6 to 10 students, in the month of January, one orientation had 32 students, and another in February had 48 students. One noticeable aspect is the big increase in 10th and 11th graders. In years past, Tracy student enrollment was always top-heavy with seniors, but that has all changed, and many believe this is an end result of the pandemic and being out of classrooms for nearly 2 years. Tracy currently has 237 students, and more than 2/3 of our students are underclassmen. This is a huge change for Tracy from years past. With only 17 days remaining until graduation, we continue to stay busy at Tracy. This Friday will be our 2022 senior prom held at the Knott's Berry Farm Hotel. The cost is $60 per person. That includes a food dinner, live DJ, the DJ funding donated by Dandy DePaula, a true friend of Tracy, a photo booth, a gorgeous view of surrounding area, and what promises to be a fun and memorable evening for everyone. Grad Bash is scheduled for June 3rd at Universal Studios. That's our report for this evening. On behalf of our fellow students and staff, I thank you for this opportunity to share the many wonderful things that make up Tracy High School. Many thanks to everyone, and as always, go Saints.
Thank you. Thank you. Samantha, thank you very much. I'd like to recognize your principal, Ricardo, and also any teachers from Tracy and your family and friends. Could you please stand for your proud daughter? Thank you. Thank you. We have a comment from Dr. Sue.
Thank you so much, Samantha, for doing an excellent job regarding Tracy High School. I think go Saints.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam President, with your permission, may I address the board on a personal level? So I just wanted to let you guys know my experience at Tracy, how it's impacted my life. Before coming to Tracy, I was at Gar High School. I was an all-F student, unfortunately. I wasn't really, that wasn't where I belonged, and it wasn't my time. I wasn't really ready. And ever since I came to Tracy High School, I felt like I belonged there. I've prospered in my education, in my behavior, and how I act towards people and myself. And with the help of Mr. Brown and Mrs. Heather Calderon, this school year has been the best. So thank you.
Great job. Great job. Thank you. Great job, Mr. Ricardo Brown, Principal Ricardo Brown. Thank you. Okay, we have comment by our board member, Chris Apodaca. Chris?
Thank you, Madam President. Samantha, thank you, Madam President. Samantha, I would tell you that you feel like you belong, but I will tell you that you do belong. And we're so glad that you are thriving at Tracy High School. I do want to take a moment to acknowledge Principal Brown and the amazing work at Tracy High School. Listening to your report tonight, what I would tell you is do what you have to do. And once you get to the point where you're ready to become that second grade teacher, always remember, this is your community, this is your school district, and you're always welcome to come back and be a second grade teacher or any kind of teacher here at ABC Unified School District. We're so proud of you. I can tell that the rest of the board is inspired and motivated by your success story. And this is just the beginning for you. And as a graduating senior, I look forward to seeing you at graduation. So thank you so much for sharing your story and for taking the time to let us know, really, not just what's going on at Tracy, but also how you are just one of many students that maybe didn't feel they had a direction, maybe they didn't really know where to go. But you have Tracy High School, which is just a completely different type of setting to where, you know, the normal alternative typical type of high school setting isn't for everyone. Everyone learns differently. And as someone who spent quite a few years at community college myself and then went on to get the bachelor's, the MBA, the doctorate, if I can do it, anybody can. So keep going, keep your head up, be proud of who you are and where you come from. And even if it's only one step forward, at least you're moving forward. So I look forward to meeting you at graduation, and I wanted to say thank you for being here tonight, and go Saints. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. We have board member Say.
Yes, Samantha, I just say you had a great presentation. Well, not just great presentation, you did. You're so brave. You share your past history, and you make difference. Right time, right place. You choose the right place and right time. And I can't wait for you. As a board member, I wait for you to come back and teach us here. You might get a chance to teach my grandson, Lucas.
Okay. Next, we have board member Ernie Nishi.
Yes, actually, just to reiterate, everybody's saying it's really great. Usually this is done by two, and so for you to do this all by yourself, to provide that, and also your personal testimony from your heart, that is, I think, a good example that you can show to other people that you can do what you need to do to be successful. I had a question, though, a real question. So I've seen the Tracy Peace Club before, and it's a pretty amazing group. What is going to be happening during this year's Peace Week? Maybe the principal knows, or you would know.
Peace Week is already completed, but what's coming up is the team memorial.
Because I saw it a couple years ago, and it was a pretty amazing thing, but I wanted to let other people know what that is, too.
Yes, Mr. Nishii, Peace Week's already been completed by Ms. Alviso, but Teen Memorial Week is coming up. It's a big event. She did not give us the exact date. It's scheduled for next week, but it's a memorial for a lot of teens that have died for various reasons. It's a big event. It's kind of legendary at Tracy, and she's like she tells me, Ms. Alviso, she says, I'm just an old hippie with a lot of energy, but she's really something else, and what a treasure at Tracy High School to have her.
The retired teacher is coming back to keep on giving back to her school.
Every year.
And
Every year. She's something special, and I think she does this at Artesia as well, Artesia High School.
You don't have that with lawyers. Coming back to volunteer, I don't know about that. Anyway,
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, next we have any employee representative report. Okay, Ray Gare, ABCFT President. Oh my God, I'm sorry. It's okay, we'll go after. Okay. Sorry.
Good evening, President Sue. Sue Yu. President Yu, it's been a while since I've been up here. Board trustees, Superintendent Dr. Sue, Administrative Cabinet, I see new faces, teachers, nurses, parents, and students. My name is Ray Gare. I'm president of the ABC Federation of Teachers. Just what has the union been doing? But teachers have been just hard at work getting through the year. They're doing state testing. They're finishing up. They're getting closer to the end of that. And, they're just trying to get to the end of the school year just like the students are. This has been a year of challenges and changes. And anybody in education and parents, you've definitely had to, readjust. And so thank you for all that you're doing, parents and teachers and students and administrators, everybody who's supporting the students to get through this last couple of weeks. In the ABCFT recently had a showcase for its Teacher Leader Program. We've done that for 5 years. Every year we've had a group of unionists who've gotten involved, got a bigger picture about how the district operates, knowing where they fit within the district, what they can do to advocate for in their classrooms that will impact their classrooms in a positive way, going to Sacramento, talking to and lobbying for funding for education, things that are all education related, mental health services, etc. So every year we have a showcase. It was just to show how difficult this year. We usually have 7 to 10, maybe 12 presentations, but we had 3 teachers who made it through this year's. And this year's teacher leaders. And that means they devote about 5 hours every month for the 10 months really working on a research project that's near and dear to them. And I want to thank Brad Beach and Ernie Nishi for showing up and really being aware of what we're doing and how we're all working to the same purpose about how do we make it best for kids. Some of the things they talked about this year, we had a really great presentation on ESL learners and just the changes that are going on and some of the hurdles and challenges with that. Issues of addressing equity within a district, that was another presentation. And then the last one was on our SST process, and that is, looking at our SST process that we currently have and how there could possibly be improvements. And for those of you that don't know what an SST process, it's called different things, but basically it's at the school site when a student is struggling, or parents are not sure of what steps to do with their child. They get together with teachers, administrators. Sometimes can have the wellness coordinator, what other services are needed, and we have a discussion and a plan is made to support the student. Of course, the student is there, and this is how we do triage, and we support students if they're struggling in school, either academically, emotionally, or whatever their needs are. So it's a really important process, and it's something that it's a resource for students and parents. Mental health is huge. We all know that how our mental health has been strained over the last year. Just to give you an example of what kind of pressure there is within schools, the demand for mental health services. Typically, right now, I just talked to a middle school teacher or a middle school principal over the last couple of weeks, and just said, can you give me some hard numbers of what you're dealing with? This is a typical school in ABC. Maybe 500 kids, 60 to 80 of them are struggling with anxiety and depression. Many of those kids have outside services, and so the wellness coordinators and the principal and support staff have to do a lot of coordinating and paperwork for that. The wellness coordinator does the majority of it. And then you typically have, in this school, 35 students that are struggling with gender issues, LGBTQ, and that's impacting their mental health. So think about that. And then you have probably another 20 kids that are having daily issues. So out of 500 kids, you have clearly 100 kids that are struggling with mental health services. And one person, a wellness coordinator, is not enough to service 500 kids. And so I ask you to look at the data that is being churned out by our wellness coordinators and see if it's adequate, that we have adequate coverage for all the kids that we're dealing with. Speaking of LGBTQ. So I'm heavily involved at the national level, thanks to a lot of things that we do here in ABC. And I was just nominated to be on a 25-member task force for the LGBTQIA+. I don't even know what that means, right? And I know that it's something that our kids are dealing with, and that's what's important, is that the kids in our schools are they're someplace else, someplace that I didn't, when I was growing up, that's not where we weren't contemplating those things. As a parent of 2 LGBTQ or kids, I've struggled with it myself. It's a different world, but if I didn't try to understand what that world was, I would lose my kids. So think about it, in a school of 500 at a middle school, and you have 7% of those kids struggling with LGBTQ issues. I bet you there's 7% of the parents who are also having to deal with their sons and daughters who are struggling with it. And if we just sweep on a better note. So as I'm part of that committee, I of course report back, just because I think it's important for us to all at least understand what's being talked about at the national level concerning LGBTQ. You know, thank you, Dr. Rios, for mentioning that the comments of one board member doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way we are. You know, we talk about being conservative, a conservative district. People are not attracted to ABC because we're conservative. People are attracted to ABC because we're innovative and we're brave. And so, just to emphasize this, I got a sneak peek. This was just adopted. It's called Collaborating for Student Success. This is a national document. ABC Unified is second. They're on the second page of acknowledgments. And the ABC Federation of Teachers, we're on the second page because of what we do here for collaboration. It's not a joke. We're the national model for collaboration. And I know we have struggles, just like any family, right? But we work it out. This thing was adopted just recently by the School Board Superintendent Association. These are all national level. Council of Chief State Officers, School Officers, AFT, which is the American Federation of Teachers, the National Association for Elementary School Principals, the National Association for Secondary School Principals, the National Education Association, which is the other large teachers union, and the National School Board Association. They've adopted this document as a way to do collaboration in a school district for the nation. And ABC is on page 2. I'll repeat that, page 2. So we're doing good stuff here because we're innovative, right? We're brave. And even though LGBTQ might be scary and not everybody wants to talk about it, we have to face it and figure out what to do with it, because if we don't become the example, then we're going to be left behind, right? We want to stay innovative. We have to be brave and talk about tough issues. And that means mental health for our kids so that they can do well academically. I've talked to board members about step 1 is to get the kids safe and feeling secure. Step 2, we train them so that they go to college, they do careers, and they're successful, and they come back here into our community, and they pay money for the houses, and they're productive citizens. That's what we're all about. So let's be brave, and let's keep pushing forward on all these issues. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Just wanted to point out that, just wanted to make a point that my point was, it's not necessary at age 4 and 5. That was my point. Thank you. Next, we have, thank you. Next, we have public comments. You can wait until the end of the meeting. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, we have superintendent's report. Sorry, I missed superintendent's report. Thank you. Can we have Dr. Su's report first? Member Rio? Okay. Go ahead, Dr. Su.
Thank you so much, President Suyu. On Monday, May the 9th, I attended the monthly Rotary Club meeting at Garlic and Chives in Artesia. On Tuesday, May the 10th, I participated in the district's local control accountability plan with principals' input in the meeting. Later in the afternoon, I participated in the New Jersey Public School Labor Management Collaborative, which I know that Ray Gear and Laura Rico were at as well. There were breakout sessions with over 242 participants in the group. Later in the afternoon, there were a number of us at the ABC Teacher Leaders Showcase. Board members Brad Beach, Ernie Nishii, and myself were in attendance with Tanya Golden, Erica Cook-Stud, as well as Linda Bass, Isabella Lewis, and LaMonica Bryson were showcased during the meeting. It was magnificent how they showcased each area of their presentations. In my opinion, they all did an outstanding job showcasing what is ELD by Linda Bass, teacher at Kennedy Elementary School, Elementary Student Success Team by Isabella Lewis, and Multicultural Literature and English Language Arts was by LaMonica Bryson, and as well as Isabella Lewis was from Melbourne Elementary School. On Wednesday, May the 11th, we held a Day of the Employee breakfast for our district office. President Sue Yu and board member Sophia Say attended and showed their appreciation to our hardworking staff. All district employees received a gift with a special card inside. It was a lovely breakfast to honor our amazing employees. Later in the morning, I attended the 58th Annual Humanitarian Award Celebration to accept an award on behalf of the district titled Building Bridges Award for your sustained and exceptional growth of support for California Conference for Equity, Equality, and Justice Youth Programs. It's a beautiful award that is in my office. In the evening, I attended the Artesia High School area concert with Fetty Middle School, Haskell Middle School. Elementary schools were grouped together, and Artesia's High School great concert. On May the 12th, I attended a LACO Facilities Network meeting. On May 13th, I attended the Soup Suite Roundtable for Superintendents. Later in the morning, Dr. Carol Hansen, who used to be our Human Resources Assistant Superintendent, and their attorneys were on board. Later in the morning, I attended the Burbank Elementary School's musical skit with third grade classes under the direction of teacher Renita Della Rosa. It was wonderful to see the third graders perform. Later in the evening, I met with Robert Kane, CSBA consultant, to discuss the agenda for the special study session of the Board of Education. On Saturday, May the 14th, for a hands-on governance training, those in attendance were President Sue Yu, Vice President Brad Beach, Board Members Sophia Say and Ernie Nishii as well. Members of the Cabinet were including Tuan Nguyen, Dr. Gina Zitlo, and Carol Castro were part of our officers. Scott Smith was also in attendance with myself. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Public comments, Dr. Eugenio?
Madam President, I had asked to speak. I don't understand why you have a problem with
Dr.
me.
Rios, I have the floor.
Right, but
and
you're
you can make a
silencing me,
comment
and
at
I
the
don't
end.
understand why
You
that
can make
is.
a comment
All I
at the
wanted
end.
to say was congratulations and thank you for elevating ABC to that level, President Ray Gayer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rios.
Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and place it in the silver tin. Speakers will be called in sequence during public comments section, which is limited to 1 hour, and each speaker to one presentation of 5 minutes unless the board wishes to waive the time limit. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at a time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group, identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee. Concerns presented to the board will be followed up and addressed by the appropriate staff. First speaker, we have Kirit Chauhan.
Hello, good evening. President Yu, Vice President Beach, Clerk Eugenio, board members, cabinet, and community. There's an issue that I've been wanting to talk about here for quite some time, but we've always had multiple things going on. The horrific events in Boston highlights a growing problem in our country that needs to be addressed. I need you to listen to a story in NPR, and it's called Chasing the Dream. And the article is very specific about why are young men attracted to violent extremist movements. The article is dated August 5th, 2019. Then also I want you to go to CNN. There's another article, April 19th, 2022. It's a short article by Scott Galloway. The article is entitled, "The Most Dangerous Person in the World is a Young Man Who's Broke and Alone." If you do a search on the internet, you will find that 7 out of 10 valedictorians are women. Congratulations to them, but there's a gap. Board members, you've made statements about the role of social media and the values that young men or even our young people need to have. If you read Scott Galloway's article and others, you will come to a conclusion that young men who are not successful are very susceptible to the influence and opinions of those that they choose to follow. Right or wrong, it is what it is. The human brain is conditioned to learn, whether in your school or outside of it. You can learn geography, geometry, or economics, or you can learn how to play Warcraft, RuneScape. You can even learn to make destructive devices. The most dangerous person is a single lone individual. And it's not, he's the most dangerous person, but the most dangerous weapon are actually words. Words that we sow into their brain. Our children in school need to focus on fact from fiction. Educators have been accused of teaching CRT. When do we hold community and families responsible for some of their actions also? We need to discuss those things. You know, in the previous world, it was very difficult to indoctrinate a person without meeting them face to face. In our world now, you can go into your room by yourself and listen to people and very easily connect to the distorted points of view. During this Asian Pacific Heritage Month, I need to say much has been blamed on the Asians and other minorities that have taken away jobs from others. It's a perpetuate. There is a short statement from Melaine Kim, she's an attorney. People don't realize that the Asian bodies are seen as disposable because of state-sanctioned violence. Western powers have always seen Asia as other countries and disposable. Not only their countries, but their people too. So when we start looking at things from a very disposable point, we know these things are true, but what are we going to do inside of ABCUSD? We can't ignore these problems. We need ethnic studies and value all life. This desire to kill people you disagree with needs to end. We need to engage our young men before they go astray. So, can we as a board find our young men who are failing and help and support them? It ties along with a lot of things that are social, emotional in our community. How can we help to make our community safe? Thank you.
Next speaker, we have Sylvester Ani.
Good afternoon, everybody. Not good afternoon, I'm sorry. Long day. Subbing, I'm getting used to it. You get your days all mixed up and everything. Good evening, board. I have some great news for everyone here. We got some signatures. We got some signatures of 100, and at this point, I think it's 176 parents, students, community members who want to improve the quality of the food at the school. I understand that right now a lot of the food that's served meets the guidelines, but like Ray was saying earlier, one thing that ABC prides itself on is being innovative and raising the bar and raising the standard, and I think that's something that we should be able to do for our food. Less processed food, more organic and healthier food. That's one thing that we should learn from the pandemic, is that our health was compromised to begin with, which made us more susceptible to disease. So one thing that it definitely improves is our physical health. But in addition to our physical health, it improves our mental well-being, because when we have the right fuel in our body, we're able to learn more, retain information better. It just puts you in a completely different headspace when you have the right fueling your body. So it's 176 plus growing, signatures that we have. And the question that we have for the board is, what do we need to do as a community to help you all improve the quality of the food in the school? So that's one. The other thing that I wanted to raise, and I saw it in one of the Facebook chats, was we were talking about financial education, and how can we incorporate that into, I don't know if the board has the power to do so, but into just the standard curriculum in the school in a way that also gives the students and the kids a real life skill, but also can help improve their math, their math as well. When you can relate it to something that they can see has real life implications, I feel like you'll be able to get more buy-in and a connection when it comes to the education and application of financial education and math. So that's second. And then my last thing, I believe that there was supposed to be a report back about mental health professionals during this meeting, I hope. I just want to go ahead and second some of the previous statements that were, said prior. Ray touched on a lot of them. But yeah, something that we do need to do is support our children with their mental health. They're much more aware, and it's something I've seen subbing and talking to the students. There is a lot of generational trauma that kids are dealing with, and it leaves them angry inside. And one thing I said to the kids, hurt people. So you're feeling that hurt within yourself. You may not understand it. That's how you project onto your classmates or your parents or individuals who are trying to help you. And sometimes you may not want to receive help. And it's something that we really do need to invest more in. And one way to invest more in our students is investing more in the professionals that we task with handling those roles. So taking care of our mental health professionals is something that, again, where I'm hoping that the district can step in and stand up in doing so, and then giving these kids different outlets to channel and redirect that energy that would usually go towards things that aren't as productive towards more productive things. And that can include investing in our CTE educators and the programs that they can teach students to give them skills that they not only can use today, but are going to be able to take care of them the rest of their lives. And I'm good. Don't need the last minute. Thank you.
Madam President, there are no more speakers.
Okay, we're going to 2.9A. May I have a motion to approve the site letter agreement between the Board of Education and the management confidential employees regarding compensation for the 2021-2022 school year, management confidential positions and ranges, duty year calendar for the 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 school years, and health and welfare benefits.
So moved, Dr.
Second, Nishi.
Okay, Dr. Zillow?
Good evening, thank you. So we have worked with our MC3 group, which is our management and confidential representatives, and worked to bring forward as many of the things that the committee shared with us that we could this year, including the on-schedule increase like our other groups, the one time, as well as some adjustments to different positions within our district where we're trying to better keep or attract people in those positions. And so that would include our mental health professionals, communication officer, our directors for curriculum and professional learning, directors for special programs and child development, as well as human resources in this package.
We have board member Ernie Nishi.
Actually, wouldn't it be public comments first?
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Nishi.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure we got the order right. So yes, I have actually one question regarding the mental health professionals, range 12 to range 19. What is that amount, and is that competitive with the industry that we see here right now?
So thank you for the question. Range 12 started at 56,570, went up to 64,420. The new range would have starting at 69,000 and going up to 78,570. We also have an excellent healthcare package that's part of the overall compensation for employees. And so with that, we are competitive with the area, and while we were the only ones who had mental health professionals for probably 5 to 7 years, or almost a decade now before everyone has moved in that direction following, and so we believe we'll be more competitive and in line with what districts around us are doing.
So I really want to thank staff for actually bringing this forward. It's been a long time coming, and I know we may have had some challenges in the past, but to listen to our board, that this is one of our major concerns, that we need to have this. Making this retroactive is just also very much a testament to those people, and so reward to those who have actually stayed on despite potential getting more money in other areas. So addressing the specific public options that we had, public comments that we had out there, I think that's amazing. It's not just an annual contract, just where we're going to disappear after a year. This is a continual basis where they're going to be guaranteed that they're going to have this. So I really thank staff for working hard, sharpening your pencils to see if we can actually afford to do these specific things, and making us more competitive and able to address some of these. One question, though, one person had is related to the ratios that they're going to be currently having. What is the ratio that they would have to students, mental health professional to students ratio?
So it really depends on the site and the needs at the site. We have a mental health professional at every elementary school and at every middle school. We have 2 at each high school. And so the caseloads vary from year to year. So to say exactly who has what would be hard.
So maybe on the elementary school, do we have it broken down by the elementary school level then?
That is data we could get you for Thursday notes, like how many students are being seen at each site. I don't happen to have that here tonight.
Okay, so that would be like for maybe a small school, it'd be 1 per 300, maybe a large school, 1 per 800? Or would you have 2 at a larger school like Nixon?
At all elementaries, we have 1.
At least 1?
Correct.
Do we ever have more than 1?
It depends. Some of our sites have chosen to use some of their LCAP funds or their Title I funds to add additional support, and so we do have some sites that have added additional mental health professionals as part of what they're doing with their funding.
And these are fully at the psychiatrist level, or some of them are not that quite level? Because I remember at Leal, I saw the first day, and he was a psychiatrist level, so that was pretty high-level person.
So it depends on their background, but we work to have people in the social work field and that have either are working toward their licensure or have that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, that is all.
Thank you. Next we have Chris Apodaca.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, board colleagues and members of the public. Before I begin my questions and my comment, Board Member Nishi, a psychiatrist would be an MD level plus. And so that'd be great if we could have that. But I think Dr. Zietlow, you can correct me if I'm wrong, every wellness coordinator has at least, I'm not talking about interns, I'm talking about our full-time wellness coordinators, have at least a master's plus their hours and licensure. Is that correct?
So they all are required to have at least the master's degree, yes, and some of them are in and have their license, and some are working toward that.
Okay, and given the scope of work done at our elementary schools, middle schools, high schools, typical high schools, is it really warranted for them to have anything more than, I guess, is it warranted for them to have a doctorate level or higher for the scope of work done, looking at the multi-tiered support system that we have and we promote within our district?
Based on the services we provide, we wouldn't be working with students that would need someone at that level. If we did have a student with that significant of a situation, we would be working to get them more regular outside service and support if they needed more of a psychiatric process, as that falls under a medical field in many ways.
Okay, thank you. And so I just wanted to say, do we have any MHPs or any of our wellness coordinators present with us tonight? If so, please stand and be recognized that you're there tonight. Thanks. So I wanted to say, give some chronology, a brief history. We're voting tonight to increase their salary range, make it competitive, with surrounding districts, but forget surrounding districts. ABC is about taking care of our employees, right? We just had a breakfast acknowledging the value of our employees, and you hear it all the time with us saying, we value our employees. We want to recognize them. They're important, not for the fact that we appreciate them, which we do as a board and as a district, but our students, our families, our stakeholders appreciate what our employees do and the impact they have. Our MHPs, our wellness coordinators, you go back 5 years, their compensation structure was completely different. And we've lost mental health professionals to other districts or other entities simply because they just pay more. And I think it's very important, right, to say we're not just giving these folks a pay increase. It's not like they threw a temper tantrum and said, give me more money or else. No, they have been working through this pandemic to the best of their ability, outstretched as far as resources go, overworked, taking work home with them, and they refuse to give up on our kids. And this is long overdue. We have other folks who will be receiving range changes tonight as well. And of course, we acknowledge and we appreciate their work and their efforts for the district. However, these are our mental health professionals are on the front line. The stories that they have, the exposure that they have to students, to trauma, to very toxic environments that our students come from, and yet they're still here. And they're not the ones throwing the tantrum. It's for the last year or so, it's been me throwing the tantrum because I've seen firsthand the impact that our wellness coordinators have on our students. Not just our students, but their families, right? They acquire new skills outside of what they're learning at the school site. Outside of reading, writing, arithmetic, many of our students can barely hang on because of what's going on at home. And I said it at last meeting, and I'll say it again. We're a public school district. We can't undo in the classroom what happens at home. But these folks, our wellness coordinators, man, they sure try. And they really are unsung heroes within our district because, my opinion, maybe they don't feel as appreciated as they should be. And in many cases, most of our district doesn't know who they are or what they do until they need a mental health professional, until they need access to that wellness coordinator, right, for their student who's experiencing difficulty. And so I want to encourage the board tonight to approve this salary range change because they deserve it. They deserve that and so much more. And I would encourage the board to meet with the wellness coordinators, not just in your trustee area, but outside your trustee area. Ask them to share with you some of the more difficult stories. And it's not a one-size-fits-all, and it's not they come in and they share what's going on and they move on and they're perfect. Our MHPs don't have a magic wand. I'm sure in many cases they wish they did, right, to take away some of that trauma, some of that hurt that our students are experiencing. But our MHPs have been in this for the long haul, before COVID, all through COVID, and now, God willing, post-COVID. So I can't say enough nice things about the work that they do. And it's so easy for many of us to overlook it because we're caught up with the other things going on in our district. So I wanted to say to every MHP, all of those who support you, your administrators who absolutely adore you and the work that you do at your school site, I want to say thank you. You make a difference. You matter. And it is my sincere hope that tonight, at least 4 of us on the board, hopefully all 7 of us, will vote in the affirmative to show you, the very least, a small token of how much we appreciate you. So you can continue doing what you do, and you can make sure that the future continues to shine bright for our students and for our district. Thank you very much, Madam President. That's all I had.
Thank you, Chris. We have Sophia Say.
Thank you, President. On the CSBA, the president, Dr. Susan Herides, he's mentioned, he says it's time to go to school on student mental health. And she said even before the pandemic, 1 in 3 high school reported persistent feeling of sadness and hopeless. And pandemic just, the COVID just kind of exacerbate more. One of the things I also quoted from Andrea Judas, this is post-trauma stress and trauma and energy psychology. She said, mental health is one that recognizes our psychological well-being, and it's an essential part of the health, productivity, and happiness, as well as the well-being of our communities. And I'm adding a more, which is this a vital role, our district and school students, and I'm supporting this adjustment, and please vote forward with this. But I do have one question. All the supervisor promoted to director level, are we going to open a supervisor position in the future, or no, they just kind of rank changed?
Thank you for the question. The intention at this point is just the range change based on the work and the level of work and what's needed in these positions, and in order to create space, as our MC3 group asked, that if you transition to a district position, there would be an actual pay increase for that change, as opposed to for some employees changing management from a principal to a district spot. It was you took a cut in your pay.
So just a step level change, but we're not
Correct.
going to open that a position for supervisor. Okay,
No.
Thank you. I support this.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. Is there any other comments? Any board members? Seeing none, let's vote. Any public comments? We did that
There are
one.
no public
Yeah.
comments, Madam President.
Let's vote. Can we have a roll call?
Dr. Apodaca?
Absolutely yes.
Mr. Beach?
Yes.
Dr. Eugenio?
Yes.
Mr. Nishii?
Yes.
Dr. Rios?
Yes.
Mrs. Say?
Yes.
Mrs. Yu?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move, Nishi.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? If none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you. Okay.
call her to the podium.
So, Dr. Sue?
I would like to introduce Amanda Silvas to be the principal at Ross Middle School. Come on up. First, I want to congratulate you for your wonderful work over 19 years at Ross Middle School. She graduated from University of California in Santa Barbara, which is a Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology with high honors with distinction in major. She also graduated from the California State University in Long Beach with a multiple subject credential, a supplementary math credential, and she also graduated from Cal State Fullerton with her master's degree in educational administration and administrative services credential. So I want to congratulate almost 19 years that you've been serving at Ross Middle School. She was an assistant principal for 2018 to 2021. She was also on a special assignment with assistant principal from 2018. And she was a math teacher for 2004 to 2018. She is a wonderful coordinator for Ross Middle School. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good evening, President Suyu, Vice President Brad Beach, Clerk Dr. Michael Eugenio, esteemed board members, Superintendent Dr. Mary Sue, cabinet members, and the ABC community. Lift the mic a little bit here. I'm honored to be here with you this evening to accept the position of Principal of Ross Academy of Creative and Media Arts. As a graduate of ABC Unified myself, I went to Nemus Elementary, Carmenita, as well as Cerritos High School. I wanted to return and give back to the district that helped shape my educational experience. In the past 18 years as an educator at ABC, I always appreciated the variety of leadership opportunities the district has offered to teachers. It was through these positions that I participated in, such as the extended school year principal for special education, as well as the district lead program, where I was able to see myself as an administrator. Middle school is where I am meant to be. This age group that I believe you can make such an impact to prepare them for high school and beyond. This is the opportunity to empower both students and parents with the knowledge and tools to impact their educational experience. In my 18 years at ABC Unified School District, all of these have been at Ross, and it's because I love my school. I love my staff. I love my students and my community. I have seen my school evolve into a California Distinguished School and a schools to watch. I want to continue to showcase and spotlight the work of my teachers and my students in the coming years. And finally, I want to thank my friends and my family who are with me today and on Zoom. Without their support and continued belief in me, I wouldn't be who I am today. Sorry. Thank you so much for this honor. It truly is an honor.
Can you introduce your family to us?
Want me to cry more? I have my daughters, Peyton and Lily, who are also ABC students. I have my amazing husband and support, Brandon. I have my mom and my stepdad here, Catherine and Terry. And I have my dad and my stepmom, John and Tracy. Thank you so much.
Can you wait for some board comments and questions? We start with Sophia Say.
Amanda, wow, I'm so happy. You know, you say you love student, actually student also loves you. It showed on the last graduation at Ross Middle School. You and I was charged at the last station. You took your shoes off because we have to back and forth get the kids ready for picture taking and get them out. And you were right there, because except one thing is I feel bad about it, because you're tall, I'm short. I have to take my high heels off, and you take your shoes off, I'm more shorter. But we managed very well. And every student came out the car for picture taking. They knew you, and you knew them, and you even called the name. I said, Amanda, how do you know those people's name? It's a lot. And today, that's another evidence right here. You parent and your family here to support you. And that is another A+ things there. So we know you have strong support on your back. You definitely will give you another full strength as a principal. I want to say congratulations. And I'm going to come to see you pretty soon, too.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Okay, next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, talking about shoes, in terms of you have big shoes to fill, because the previous principal was an excellent principal and she had a great team, and you were part of that great team, creating that distinguished school, creating that schools to watch, and being part of it. I remember walking with you in my dress shoes and barely trying to keep up, and all the kids are trying to run, and I guess the competition was if they can make sure that they're not behind her, that they're ahead of her. But as a leader, you will be an amazing principal. We have very high expectations and hopes, and I'm so happy that your family here, your mom and your kids, and all those who helped make you become the great person that you are and help shape your future, and be the hope for these kids. Ross really needs you. Your background, your future, I think, is critical to this community, and I think we're going to do really well. So thank you very much for stepping up and being part of our family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. I recognize Ms. Silvas from seeing her in the morning, dropping her kids off at my daughter's school. I wanted to personally congratulate you. And if there's no more speakers, Madam President, I'd like to invite her and her family up for a quick photo op.
Yes.
If that's okay?
Yeah.
I just want to say, Ms.
I
Silvas.
have a comment, Madam President.
Okay, Chris? Go ahead, Chris.
Whenever Mr. Beach is done.
He's done. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to be amongst the few to say congratulations, Principal Silvas. And I'll make it brief because I'm sure you want to go home and celebrate with the family. You love Ross Middle School, and Ross Middle School loves you. Over the years, getting to know you and getting to see how you interact with your students and that community, you are definitely the right person for the job. That's all I have to say, Madam President. I'll be signing off with this. I'm going to lose reception pretty soon here, but congratulations, Principal Silvas, and we expect great things, which we know you'll accomplish at Ross Middle School. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Silvas. Keep up the passion. We can see it. God bless you.
Thank you.
She went back there. Competition for the bathroom.
Okay. Action item. 1.2-A, we have community, may I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to board advisory committees?
So moved, Beach.
Eugenio, second.
Ms. Say, please introduce Solia Spitzer,
You
our
know,
former board president.
I never thought I have this day to appoint some of my old colleague to this position. Well, I have to kind of politically, I have to say the right things, okay? It is my pleasure to appoint Ms. Celia Spitzer, former board member, to the School Facility Declining Enrollment Board Advisory Committee. When I asked for this one, and Celia know exactly what I'm talking about, this agenda, and I call her, we talk about it. And I thought, who is the best person to be in there to share her own knowledge, her own experience? Because a lot of things, the new committee may not know what's the history on the back, and she knows all. Okay. She was part of the Finance Audit Board Advisory Committee and the Curriculum Board Advisory Committee and the School Closer Board Advisory Committee and 7-11 Board Advisory Committee and Demographic Study Committee, the Facility Ad Hoc Committee, and the School of Choice Ad Hoc Committee. Now, what else I can ask? She knows all, she knows the background, she knows the history. Put her in that position to share her knowledge, her experiences in the past. I think this is the best person. Rather than choose the people who come from my trustee area, I think my duty in here is who can do the best job in that committee, and that's our former board member, Ms. Celia Spitzer. Celia has made many contributions as a previous board member of 16 years, as well as supporting different kind of program, and such as American Association of Women, University Women. So I want to say, Celia, the floor is yours now. Please come up the stage. Thank you again for accepting this committee.
Thank you, Sophia. I have to thank my husband. He came with me tonight because we just got I got a brand new car. It's about 6 o'clock today. It was a process that took much longer than we thought. We wolfed down a half a sandwich. I didn't want to drive it here tonight because I had only driven it 2 miles home from the Toyota dealer. And I said, well, come on over, bring me. You can sit outside a little bit. And I said, we should be out of here by 8 o'clock. And then we'll go have dinner.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So anyway, he sat outside for a while and then came in. I said, well, you can sit outside and continue reading. So thank you. He's retired now, so that's okay. I'm really excited to be appointed with, of course, all your approvals on this committee. And as I mentioned at some prior board meeting, yes, I forget, it was 1990, 91, 92, that time frame, when the school district had to consider closing schools. And the charge from then Superintendent Eugene Tucker was to look at potentially closing 3 elementary schools and 1 middle school. And the committee, I wish I had more details about it, and I don't know if they're in the district archives. It was an amazing group of people. We probably met over a span, I'm going to guess it was about a year. It's a long time ago. And there were 21 elementary schools at the time, and there were 18 criteria that had been developed by the district people that did all of this and got everything together for the committee members. And we went through each of the criteria. We got information to explain and details and all the numbers and ramifications of the impact that could be for closing schools in each school. And as we discussed each of the criteria, we'd have criteria 1, whatever it was at the time, and then we would do a forced ranking of 21 schools. We do forced ranking of 6 or 7 or 8 things is one thing, but 21 schools and over 18 criteria. When I really look back, it was a massive undertaking, but the committee was absolutely dynamite. The district people were dynamite, and those outside people that they needed to bring in to give us the information that we needed to make our decision. And then when we were all done, we added up everything going across, and this is all pre-doing computer. This was all literally pencil and paper. And then there was a big, giant paper, board, whoever did that we then said, these are our numbers for each school, and the number of us that were on the committee. And going in, we were all pretty absolutely positive that there was one school that was going to be closed. There was absolutely no question about it. Beyond that one school, none of us had any thoughts or concepts of what might happen beyond the one school, the one elementary school. So when we did all of this stuff, and that was Bloomfield Elementary School, which most of you have no idea what it was. Dr. Sue, of course, does. And that was the given. It was a school which the district owed no money on. It was free and clear, so we knew that property could be sold. And that was the ultimate disposition, and that money came free and clear to the school district. The next highest, but still quite a ways away, highest, lowest, however you want to describe it, was Cabrillo Lane. And because one of the main things was there were enough other schools, elementary schools close enough to Cabrillo Lane that could easily accept not only the numbers, but it would not be a burden for children by doing some district new lines to go to these other elementary schools. But because of the kind of property it was, the piece of property, the location, the condition of the school, because Bloomfield did not meet earthquake standards. It was built, I believe, in 1933. I was told, I believe, before the Long Beach earthquake. I didn't live here. I wasn't born then. So then Cabrillo Lane, fine. We decided that was our recommendation to the board. After that, there was nothing that was clear-cut. So our recommendation was 2 schools. And that is what the board did and adopted it. And then the middle schools, well, junior highs at the time, we all looked at this, and to a person on this committee, we actually refused to evaluate, to even go through the criteria, because we felt that the closure of any one of those schools would be so detrimental to the entire district. And we were able to convince Dr. Tucker that this was the right move, and he agreed with it. And so it was a great experience. So I look forward to tackling this at a different time with different kinds of criteria, and I look forward to participating and seeing how we're going to do the criteria. I know it's sort of long, but my history is very, very long with this district.
Thank you,
Okay.
Celia.
Thank you.
You'll make
Thank
a great contribution. Thank
So
you.
what kind of car you got? Toyota?
Sure.
Toyota Avalon.
I thought you're getting
May I
Oldsmobile
have
or
a-
Ford.
No.
May I have a motion?
You have another person. You moved the all set.
We're going to vote on,
So 2 at one time.
Celia first.
Celia, okay.
Yeah. May I have a motion? May I have a motion?
We're waiting
for
for you,
Celia?
Sophie.
Huh?
They're taking them separate.
So you want to take separately?
Do you want to make the motion?
Oh, I'll make motion.
Second.
Okay.
So you're going to do roll call now?
Okay, that's good. We'll vote later. Okay, I'm going to call Mr. Beach.
Thank you,
for-
Madam.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam President. I first wanted to thank this person for his service over the last year and a half on one of our committees, and now I'm going to be moving Kirit Chauhan to the School Facilities Declining Enrollment Committee. Kirit is a resident of Cerritos. He has 31 years of service in the educational system, and he's heavily involved with our community. His heart is in the right place, and he cares about all of our kids. Kirit, would you like to come up for a few brief words?
Thank you, Brad, and thank you, board members. My intent is very simple. How do we optimize, not compromise, how do we optimize our resources so that we can help our community, our students progress? So it's purely looking at data. Let's see what it reveals. We know that we have a kind of transition going on. We have a very aged population and a community that's very expensive for any families to move into. So let's look at the data and let's see what we can do to make this more effective. One of the ideas I'd like to pitch to you right now, it's a curveball, but how about a single-sex school? You might be able to attract more students because there is a propensity for looking at that. just a notion. I'm not saying I'm committed to any of this. Thank you.
All right, next I'm appointing Terry Pettis to the Legislative Committee. Terry is a Cerritos resident and a controller for a private company. She has a psychology degree from Biola University and also is very active in our Cerritos Neighborhood Watch. Terry, would you like to come up, please?
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to serve our community in a greater capacity than I have been. I've lived in Cerritos now 7.5 years, and it's been a great experience, and I look forward to working on this committee. Thank you for appointing me.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have vote on 3 wonderful community volunteers. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Okay, any discussion? Board members? Okay. If none, may I have a roll call, Danielle?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
he
he
left.
left, so, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes, 6-0. 1.3-A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2198 to order biennial governing board election on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022.
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Discussion, Madam President.
This one has a discussion?
Yeah, we should have discussion.
There's no discussion on this.
No?
How can there not be a discussion? It's an action item.
She missed it.
Sorry.
They missed it. I put in the agenda thing, yeah.
Okay,
And
Go
public
ahead.
comment, if there's any.
all right. Dr. Rios?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask if this is different from any other election. I mean, just for clarification's sake.
It is not. This is something we would normally do every 2 years to order this election. Yes.
Thank you.
Any public comments?
No public comments, Madam President.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. 2.4-A, may I have a motion to approve the new job classification, job description, and range for the behavior specialist position?
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zillow?
Thank you. We're looking to have the board consider and approve a new job description for a behavior specialist. We have worked with outside agencies and independent contractors for this for a while. However, with the changes in the job market, we're no longer able to attract the staff we need, and so we are looking to establish this position so we can attract employees to fill this need for our special education students who need these services.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? We have board member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. What is our goal as far as behavior specialists? Is our goal to do by ratio at every school site?
So these are actually board-certified behavior analysts that we're looking to hire, and they would work with our students in our special education programs who have more moderate to severe disabilities. So they're assigned based on the needs of the students and the types of behaviors they may be exhibiting that we need to help with. A lot of their work is done in the classroom setting, helping the teachers work with the students that may have some different behaviors than we're normally accustomed to.
If I may make a recommendation, given the level of incidents that we've had at the high school, it may be worth considering for us to look at behavior specialists and making them available to our elementary schools so that we can get ahead of these issues. Again, the pandemic has exacerbated a lot of issues at our schools, and I speak from personal experience, as I'm sure every teacher and administrator here can attest to, and would, again, encourage our district to look into providing that type of support.
Thank you.
We have board member Ernie Nishi.
Yeah, so I have some just general questions. How many are we talking about in terms of this behavior specialist? How much are we paying them? And yes, let's start with those two.
So we are looking to hire 3 for this, and
For the whole district?
correct, that's what we've been using now. That's what we're in need of at this time, is 3. And give me one moment to pull up my notes on their range and pay. They would be at range 28, an 11-month employee. So, I apologize.
Most people don't know what range 28 is.
Correct.
Including me. How much is that annually?
Sorry. So it would start at 93,720 and go up to 106,700.
And that's competitive.
That is competitive, and it puts us in a really good spot for our local area.
And so it says 0 fiscal impact. Does that include the pension impact and benefits and all the other details? I'm pretty sure Tuan would have said that, but I'm just confirming for the public.
That would include pension, or all of the pieces that we would pay that are additional, plus their health benefits, the establishing of the job classification and description. At this point, this is not a cost to us. We're just establishing the job description. It's when we fly the positions that would come with a cost attached.
And so it's budgeted for 3, and so we're expecting that to be a 0 budgetary impact, correct?
So, thank you. I'll try to answer. There's a technical answer there.
Or fiscal impact.
By technical and fiscal, by the board action to approve this job classification, there's really no cost. When we fly the position and hire the position and bring it back to the board for approval of the hiring, the cost will be displaced on the personnel report. That's when the cost will come in. This is, by you approving this, there's no cost to it because we have not begun the hiring process. The approval process and the cost is in the personnel report.
So when we actually get to those individuals,
Correct.
Will that still be, we're going to not hire the outside people and we'll have inside people?
Correct. We will try to have these as permanent employees to support our students.
And so that might be a little bit more than if we were hiring from outside, or less than they're hiring outside? Because sometimes outside people cost more, sometimes they cost less because we're getting something different.
So that is correct.
We're getting quality.
It's almost apple and oranges, yes. This is our employees. We can direct their work. We would have better quality, permanent employees to support our students. With the contractor, they may not be the same person from year to year. You may get even a little bit cheaper with the contractor. However, this would be quality, a better, high-quality employees that would stay with us.
So they'd have longitudinal history as well. So
correct.
They'll have a background in the future.
Correct.
Will they be working? They'll be working specifically with students? I'm sorry. Am I taking?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have Sophia Say.
Hi, Tuan. It's a new position, right? So even though you hire within our staff, you go to the new staff column. Am I right?
Correct.
Okay. And so this person will be actually, what I see on page 56, the second paragraph on background information, stated very clearly, says this position will work under general direction of school site principal and the district social worker. That's her. She'll be working under those staff. Am I right?
Correct.
If you look in the background information, page 56, right above the policy issue, right above the, there, it says, this position will
that's
work
right.
under general directions of, in school site principal and the district social worker.
Together with the special education department, that is correct.
Okay. Okay, and I know this must be neat, a lot of school having this this position as posted already, and we are a little even behind it. I know that I'm glad that I want my colleague to support this position because really indeed it's needed. Lots of school has already and we don't. And I thank you, staff take this challenge, because another cause, I understand that, but it's the best interest to all, not just, I think they also provide something to our own staff. Yeah, this right here, say, make appropriate recommendation for service and provide the professional learning for district staff. So that this person really, cover a lot of duty
Yes.
on her plate.
Correct.
And thank you, though. Thank you. Yeah, I support this one.
Thank you. The consistency of an ownership of a behavior specialist, I think, is very important in-house, so that that person follows the student, monitors from middle school to high school, and the care and the compassion, instead of just going with the motion, contract. I think with this kind of, job, work that is needed, I think having that in-house ownership is very important. So, thank you. Okay, let's vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next, 2.5-A, may I have a motion to disclose the tentative agreement with California School Employees and its ABC Chapter 24 in accordance with provisions of AB 1200 and conduct a public hearing on the components of the disclosure. Motion?
Motion.
So moved, Nishi.
Okay.
Second.
Dr. Zillow?
Thank you. This is the initial, actually, this is from Mr. Wen, and he probably should address it better than
I will try address that, Board President Suyu. So this is a legal requirement, and this is very simple under AB 1200. Before the school board enter into an agreement with any representative groups, we have to publicly disclose the cost of that agreement that you're about to consider. Number one. Number two, myself as the CFO for the district and Dr. Mary Sue as the superintendent have to personally certify to the county that we can afford it. We have sufficient resources in the budget to pay for this agreement that we're recommending to the board for approval, not just this year, but for the next 2 years. So it's a current and a future projection to ensure that we able to fund this agreement that the board is about to consider. And this is agreement is within the parameters given to us by the board that we have negotiated with CSEA, similar to the other groups, with in summary a 5% on schedule, retroactively to July 1st, 2021, and a 1% off schedule. So the cost is displayed on page 60 for you and the public to see. So there's two provisions, right? There's the 5% ongoing cost, and then there's a 1% off schedule cost. So the total cost for ongoing is $931,495 there. That's ongoing, and there's a one-time cost of $179,853 for this agreement that you're about to consider. So again, a legal requirement for the district to publicly disclose the cost, so everyone knows that this is the cost of this agreement and that we have to certify that we can afford it for this year and the next 2 years. That's my report, Madam President.
Thank you. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
2.6-A, may I have a motion to approve the tentative agreement between the Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24 amending Article 7, compensation, Article 9, health and welfare benefits, Article 11, layoff and reemployment, and Article 12, vacations and holidays.
So moved, Nishi.
You on your second.
Okay, Dr. Zillow?
Thank you. The agreement before you this evening includes the same 5% on schedule that we've done with our other groups, as well as the 1% off schedule. It includes some increases to our differential compensation for employees that are doing extra pieces for the district, as well as some changes to language Probably the most significant for our classified employees is a change that was made in the law in regard to layoff, and so we needed to update our language to reflect the new March 15th notice for our classified employees that then is the same as our certificated employees. And so those are the changes and features you see in the language for layoff this evening.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Thank you. Discussion. Board Member Nishi?
Thank you, Madam President. Just want to thank CSEA for coming to an agreement on this particular thing. I know it's not controversial, but, inflation's at a lot higher rate than we're actually giving here. So for them to come to agreement without having to fight and get angry, particularly with this distasteful duty slightly increased, I don't know how much you'd have to pay me to do this, that particular duty, but be more than that. So thank you very much, CSEA, for coming to an agreement nicely.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to have a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. 2.7-A. May I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24, amending Article 13, Calendar, and modifying Article 17, Personal Necessity, Leave of Absence with Pay.
So moved by Sophia.
Second.
Okay, Dr. Zillo.
Thank you. So we were able to make an agreement with CSEA for calendars for the next 2 school years. As part of these calendars, there is a fall break right before Thanksgiving, and that creates a situation where if we have a new classified employee, they may not have enough vacation days to handle all 3 of the breaks that we have at fall, winter, and spring. And so we add the additional agreement of the 10 p.m. days in case they need to use those in the fall break for the time that we are closed.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Motion passes. 2.8-A. May I have a motion to approve memorandum of understanding between Board of Education and the California School Employees Association and its ABC Chapter 24, updating the job description, pay rate duration, and range for library media technician elementary, and the job description and range for library media technician secondary.
So moved.
Second by Sophia.
Dr. Zillo?
Thank you. So we've been working with CSEA in regard to just some of the changes that are needed and have happened with our library media techs, particularly with the sudden onset of so many devices with the pandemic, and it's made such a change in how we handle all of that. And so, we worked with them on updating job descriptions to include the work with student devices, with student textbooks, really to provide a resource at the school sites to help the principals with much of what is needed. And so with that, we are looking to do a range change as well as for the elementary, since they'll be dealing with the textbooks and those things through, as the secondary does currently, moving them also to an 11-month position.
Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Discussion? Ernie Nishi?
Yes, I have to ask a few questions regarding this position. So what is the pay for this particular position again?
So, they're moving ranges, and I have to look
Let's
at
start
my
with the
notes.
high school, the secondary.
So, I apologize. I need to pull my
I'll always be
sheets
asking that
out.
question.
I understand, and I apologize that I am not on task this evening with that. I apologize.
And I'm sorry I didn't give you advance notice. I was going to
No,
ask that
that's
question.
okay. I usually have my sheet here, and I left it on my desk. I apologize.
We can come back.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
can
you
come
can-
back
you can
and.
come back.
I apologize.
No worries.
I think
So
it's
let's
little,
just-
and those kind of things sometimes really are hard.
Yeah, you
And
can-
in the past, we usually will contact the staff because all of a sudden they ask the numbers,
Yeah.
I mean, people thought she know everything, but it's a tough.
But we are approving
Yeah.
the salary,
Correct.
so I mean,
So-
I gotta know what I'm approving.
I have,
I know, but
I
you need to talk to
apologize.
them ahead of the time, though,
Thank
at
you for your
least.
patience. So for the library media tech at the elementary, they're moving from an hourly of 2025 to the next range up, from 1975 to 2025. For the secondary, they're moving from the 2025 to the 2076. That's the hourly rate. At 11 months,
Okay, so they're getting $20.76 an hour?
that's what their hourly rate would be.
Okay, thank you. Well, I was going to ask a question regarding prior job-related experience, but I would think that's not going to be very easy to find anybody with a lot of experience in that kind of pay range. So, no, I'm not going to ask about that. And I didn't notice there's nothing in here about databasing. And again, I know that with that pay range, you're probably going to be hard-pressed to find somebody with that kind of experience, but could we add something there talking about databases in terms of that's something that they're going to have to probably do, figure
So
out how to do these things?
They work with our Destiny system, and they currently use that for the library books in the libraries for students. The textbooks and pieces are happening already at the high schools, and so that will be added to the elementary. But it is a system that they're familiar with, and so they'll have just additional training on how to handle textbooks through that system. They currently have been working and putting devices into that system. So they are aware of that, and we do provide them training for that.
Okay. Do we have anybody in our district with a library science degree that would help in just for all of our libraries?
So that requires a special teaching credential where you have gone, become a teacher, received your credential, and then you go back to get an additional credential for library science. We don't have anyone in our district currently, and we use the Cerritos Library Connection for our district as part of our services for our students in that process, which is what EdCode allows us to do for having additional support for library.
So we use the city library system librarian who probably has a degree in that particular science.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was just, for me, libraries are really important. I used to go there all the time, and I think it's important to have people who know all the latest trends, because I don't think it's just categorizing, cataloging. It's there's a lot of details, I think. So, but if you think that we can do that with current setup as we have it, all right. This is not a huge raise, that's for sure. Thank you. That's all, Madam President.
Okay, seeing no other questions, let us vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes. We've already covered 2.9. Going to 2.10-A. May I have a motion to approve contracts and compensation for Dr. Valencia Mayfield, Assistant Superintendent, Academic Services through April 1st, 2022. Mr. Tuan Nguyen, Assistant Superintendent, Business Services, Chief Financial Officer through May 3rd, 2022, and Gina Zidlow, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources through June 30, 2025. May I have a motion?
So moved by Sophia.
You had no second.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, as President, I am providing this oral summary of the salary and fringe benefit increase recommendation for the following administrators. For the position of Assistant Superintendent Academic Services, the term of the renewed employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent Academic Services is from July 1st, 2021, April 1st, 2022. The annual salary to be paid to the Assistant Superintendent Academic Services is $195,846 plus a one-time payment equal to 1% of her total salary for the 12 months ending April 1st, 2022. There are no additional changes in compensation. For the position of Assistant Superintendent, Business Services, Chief Financial Officer, The term of the renewed employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent Business Services Chief Financial Officer is from July 1st, 2021 to April 3rd, 2023. The annual salary to be paid to the Assistant Superintendent Business Services Chief Financial Officer is $200,742. There are no additional changes in compensation. For the position of Assistant Superintendent Human Resources, the term of the renewed employment contract between the district and the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources is from May 18, 2022 to June 30th, 2025. The annual salary to be paid to the Assistant Superintendent Human Resources is $195,415 for the 2021-22 school year, plus a one-time payment equal to 1% of her total salary for 21-22. There are no additional changes in compensation. Dr. Zidlow.
Thank you. So these are basically approval of our contracts would provide the same percentage increase that all of the employees have received in additional to the one-time 1% off schedule.
Thank you. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion?
This makes us competitive with the district and other areas surrounding there. So that's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Board Member Nishi?
Yes, I just want to say that this makes us competitive with the other areas that, in terms of these particular salary ranges. It's not any higher or lower than areas surrounding us
Thank
with
you.
similar situations.
Seeing no other comments, let us vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-0. 2.11-A. May I have a motion to approve contracts and compensation for Dr. Mary Sue, Superintendent?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953, Subdivision C3, as President, I am providing this oral summary of the salary fringe benefit increase recommendation for the Superintendent. The term of the current employment contract between the district and the Superintendent is from July 1st, 2011 to June 30, 2024. There is no change to the term of the current contract. The new salary to be paid to the Superintendent is $269,175 for the 21-22 school year, and plus a one-time payment equal to 1% for total salary for the 21-22 fiscal year. There are no additional changes in compensation. Dr. Zidlow.
Thank you. So this would, again, provide the 5% on schedule as we have all of our other employees and the one-time off payment. And there's no other changes to the contract.
Thank you. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Okay, we're going to vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
You can make a comment. 4.7-A. May I have a motion to approve the contracts with Ratchline Partners, Teleco Construction Management, and Nolan Construction Services with an option to renew annually? Motion?
So moved by Sophia.
Eugenio, second.
Mr. Nguyen?
Thank you, Board President Suyu. So as we entering our second phase, or the Series B of Measure BB, we have on the records two construction company that we're currently working with. They have outstanding 3-year contracts with two 1-year option to extend it if we choose to, with, and this is key, a standard 60 days termination clause without cost. So that is our standard language for all of our contract, including these 3 that we're recommending to the board. We went out and sent a request for proposal to 11 firms that are doing construction management. 3 of those firms responded to our RFP, and we invited them back for an interview, and we are recommending all 3. The reason for that is we need the flexibility with the current environment that we're in with construction, and I want to say this for the public records, in construction, inflation is close to 20%. We have to watch every dollar, especially the Measure BB dollar that we have, and we need competent constructions firm that we can work with to monitor the contractors out there. So we recommend all three, and we hope to be able to work with them to at least the future projects within ABC. Beyond the high school, it will be the middle school that we will have an aggressive schedule, because the sooner we do it, the better it is for the students. So that's our recommendation. We will reserve the right based on the staffing. We work with them to use them for the different projects. This is just so we have it on record.
Thank you. Any public comments?
There are no public comments, Madam President.
Any discussion? Ernie Nishi?
Sorry. So this gives you full discretion to use either one a lot, or you can use all three equally, whatever you wish, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the existing, this is in addition to the existing ones that we have?
That is correct.
So we also have an existing group of two? Two.
Correct.
So this would give us a choice of 5 to pick from?
That is correct.
Thank you, Madam President. That's all.
Thank you. Seeing no other discussion, comments, we'll vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes.
Board President, just want to remind you, it's right now it's 10:15. 10:15, yeah, close to 10:15. Our board will be in the 10:30? So we have only 15 minutes left. You have one information item and a board report.
Okay. We
You
just
think you have
extend
enough
it
time?
to
You
11.
want to extend it
Yeah.
to another half hour?
Can I have a motion to extend the board meeting to 11?
Motion to extend to 11.
Thank
Eugenio.
Second, okay.
Okay.
All in favor?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we have parental involvement, Ed Code 51101. If you would turn to page 118. This is just straight out of the Ed Code. And I want to start out with the first paragraph, which I think is very positive and very informative to both the parents, the community, and the district and educators. Except as provided in subdivision, the parents and the guardians of pupils enrolled in public schools have the right and should have the opportunity as mutually supportive and respectful partners in the education of their children within the public schools to be informed by the school and to participate in the education of their children as follows. And, I'm not going to read everything, but the fact that Ed Code does state that both the schools, parents have the right and have the opportunity to have that mutual support. I think that's very important in today's climate. And again, especially with a lot of the state guidelines coming down, I have had many parents, and personally, I think that I would definitely want to be involved in what my children are learning, and how, especially when it comes to shaping my children's values for the future. And it's just a good way to review that our district has also been making a lot of effort. But when it comes to the standards from the state, it's difficult. But I think that as a district, if we could also make effort to allow parents and encourage and assure them, because I know that many young parents are living through tough times. They are in great distress. They are in great fear of how their students will be influenced. And I love all the educators. We saw how the principals love the school and love the students. And a lot of these things are beyond our educators' authority, And I think so we have to work together, not against each other. And this high-quality curriculum. Within this framework, the school's primary responsibility shall be to provide a high-quality curriculum. And I know that we try, but sometimes it's very disappointing with the curriculum too, especially lately, in the last few years. The instructional program, and I know that during the pandemic, a lot of things, it was disturbing to the parents. And so I just want to bring this up. And then also when you go down on 5022, it does say that superintendent or designee shall ensure that parents and guardians receive notification regarding their rights in accordance with law. And it would just help if there's some transparency and just inform the parents, especially if the parents wanted to come when it's regarding, sensitive topics such as, sex ed or gender studies. Just at least inform the parents and allow the parents to opt out or know what's going on. I think that would be very helpful. So I just wanted to bring that up, and I will open it up. If you guys have any comments, board members, start with Sophia Say.
Thank you, President. But first of all, I don't know why this brought up. We all know there's some difference in there among each other's and which the teachers, how they present during the class. And when you talk about sex gender, those kind of things, I want the board president to remind you, once again, education, that we are practiced under the state law and ACO. If you brought this up, and I'm not really, we all have personal preference in here. We all have some issues there. But I think as an elected official, we need to stay in the middle. We don't want to divide the district into a half, and we don't want to divide the parent to be the half. Some parent like, some parent don't like this. And when you say parent involvement, when I'm reading if you're reading, you're the one posted out on page, let me see. On page 116, you talk about the education. It says right here on page 115, number 8, to examine the curriculum material of the class or classes in which their child is enrolled. They have a right to examine. Mm-hmm. They have the right to review. And from the past, do we have any complaint? We will. Running the school everywhere, you hear some parents say yes this and some parents say no this. But who I am here, okay? We have strategic planning as part of the getting parent involved. And Nixon was one of the sample. Our vice president was you remember we had you folks win the CSBA Golden Bell for fathers' involvement. That has to help us in here. Many programs we have are involved for parents. And any committee member that we have here, there's the parents involved, the teacher and the student even involved. So, board president, you also said a few times in the past, even during our last Saturday, our special board study, mm-hmm. you mentioned that you state we need to follow the state law and education code. One simple parent's concern or textbook that we use here in the past, we have parents involved, but how much they really involved, that's one thing we need to encourage them to get involved. But instead of create some kind of negativity here, or personal belief or personal agenda here, I like the board being very cautious to watch out. I have my belief, and I know what is right thing, what is wrong thing. But running the school as a board, you must follow the state law and education code. Can staff tell me how do you get connect with school, the parents? How do you guys connect it to them for a current issue, any textbook, any that we are going to be teaching our students? What do you approach to our parents in here, in our district? Carol, can you explain to the public? I know you've been here so many years.
Thank you for the question, yes. Just to kind of backtrack a little bit, we do give parents every year annual notification, and in this notification it describes our policies about parental involvement and parent rights. It's also available on our website under our family tab. In addition to that, we have under the family tab, we have a curriculum and textbooks page that describes clearly the process of how to examine the curriculum materials and who to contact. We now offer, because of the pandemic, we now offer both virtual and in-person appointments for families to come in to view the materials at the district office or again to do a Zoom link. In addition to that, we try to make sure as best as possible to offer a curriculum expert to be available to answer questions, because certainly parents, we don't want them to come in to just flip through the books. If they have specific questions that they would like us to answer, we also offer that. We advertise this information in our newspapers, local newspapers, both in English, Spanish, and Korean. And in addition, recently we've added the component that we will begin to include the notifications of our 30-day review process. We allow families to have a 30-day review process before we adopt any current adoptions through our weekly newsletters that is sent out through our communications officer. So that just gives a brief description of some of the different ways that we provide opportunities for families to examine the curriculum and to learn about the different options that their child will be learning. One other thing that I want to make sure we add, because this is part of Ed Code, under the curriculum tab, we also have a full comprehensive list of all the adopted materials in ABC Unified by grade level.
You know, I support the parent has rights, but we are binded by the law and education code policy to follow as the elected official. I want to remind my colleague in here. I know board president has a lot of concern about sex education, of gender things. I'd like to have Carol talk about, do we follow the education code right now? Do we violate it so far? And how, I mean, we have part of people say we are conservative and part of people say we are take challenge and the new changes there. How do we meet the standard? And how are we not going to the wrong direction, kind of influence our kids with wrong information? Can you give us some sample there, please?
Yes. So when it comes to sexual health education, there are specific laws and guidelines that we follow, and we do follow those in ABC. One of the more important aspects that we make sure that we do is that we inform our parents. Again, we do it through our annual publications, but also we send out letters to our families to let them know when this education is going to take place at a particular grade level. In addition to not only sending notifications, we also host annual parent nights at multiple times in the year. We have those in the fall and the spring. We have translation services available, again, for those, and on multiple evenings and opportunities for families to learn about the sex ed education program, learn about the standards, and ask any questions or concern. In addition to that, we give them opportunities to come in and view the sex ed curriculum that we've adopted in ABC. Again, they can make an appointment via Zoom, or they can make an appointment to come in person. And we typically do have our science coach, our expert, on hand to answer any questions. And part of the law is that it does allow families to opt out of either all or portions of the curriculum, and so we honor that. All they have to do is put that in writing to their school principal or to their teacher, and we will honor that for specifically the sex ed education portion.
Okay. If a parent refuses sex education, what is our process in here as a school district?
Can you repeat that, please?
If the parent refuses, some parent come up with feel some of the education they think is inappropriate for their children's age, what is the process we are handled from here?
If you're speaking specifically about the sex ed education, we do allow for, when families opt out, we provide students with alternative education so that their families can still be learning. Their children do not receive any deduction in points or grades. They are typically given alternative education regarding fire safety or other, areas of concern for their own health. But it does not cover sexual health education.
The new textbook that you provided to us, do you also put in the office available for all board members to review?
That is available for everyone to review, yes.
Thank you.
Is that all? That's all. Okay. We have board member Dr. Michael Eugenio.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Madam President, for introducing this information item. I have made it obvious that I'm a strong proponent for parents' rights in education. I believe parents have the right to safeguard and direct the education of their children. I implore parents of our district to read and become familiar with Education Code 51101 and ABCUSD Administrative Regulation 5020, presented in this information item. Along with parents' rights, parents hold much responsibility. Parents hold a sacred responsibility to preserve and defend the innocence of their child's minds. This work and responsibility includes parents taking seriously their shared civic duty to secure great education in our schools. I know parents, they live busy lives, but they must not let apathy set in when it comes to your child's education. We have witnessed what occurs in school districts across the U.S. when parental apathy sets in. Ultimately, the handsome wages paid throughout the school district are owed to the fact that parents who reside here bring their children day in, day out, year after year, to be educated in our schools. We must work with parents in mutually supportive and respectful partnership to help their child succeed in our schools. If we can achieve this, then perhaps someday our children and grandchildren can feel grateful for the legacy we've passed along and inspired to preserve it for another generation. Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Eugenio. Next, we have Dr. Olga Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. Since you brought this to our attention, I also want to highlight something that's on page 118, and that is that within this framework, the school's primary responsibility shall be to provide a high-quality curriculum and instructional program in a supportive and effective learning environment that enables all students, not some, all, to meet the academic expectations of the school. The primary task, you can talk to any employee, any school staff, whether it be teacher, administrators, is parent involvement. And most make it their mission. It's in our LCAP, it's everywhere. We welcome parent partnerships, we need parent partnerships. But the discussion for me makes me wonder if the true intent of bringing this up is to elevate and promote the interest of some, and given the comments, undermine and actually derail what the role is of board members and elected officials of a public school setting. That is it.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have Board Member Ernie Nishi.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm kind of unclear as to this particular item, quite frankly, because, my experience with this is that we do get a lot of information. I don't read all of it, by the way, but, for example, the sex ed, as of, 7 or 8 years ago, I had to go to that presentation, and the whole room was full of parents, all interested in hearing the details and issues and what it was, and I got to go see at Tetzlaff the actual demonstration of the actual specific curriculum that was being taught and whether that was acceptable or not acceptable. And so I think there was a lot of participation from that. I know that I feel that we excel in that in terms of being responsive. We don't satisfy everyone, I get it, but so I'm trying to find out what you specifically would like to get out of this particular information item, because oftentimes these come through the Legislative Review Committee first, and then it comes to us. But if you have a particular desire to push a particular action item or a thing, then I'm kind of at a loss as to what you specifically would like. If I'm going to go and advocate. So if there's something that you would like for me to ask, and not that I have any particular authority to do anything, but I'm not getting that from this particular item. I know that parents have rights, but talking about general California, are you saying that we're constrained by the California law, or that the California law is enabling us, and therefore we should be enforced? I'm just confused. So can you please explain?
Sophie, did you want to make a comment? Okay.
Well, I want the president to explain, because I want to find out. I honestly do.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Sophia Say, Board Member Sophia Say, and Ernie. The reason why I brought this up is because as a parent raising 4 daughters, today's climate is chaos. Children growing up with gender confusion, because it is reinforced from a very young age. And I'm not attacking our staff or district educators at all, but the agenda that's coming down from Sacramento on a state level is not helping our district and our students. And it's just, personally, I am very grieved because we are creating chaos at such a young age. And it's really destroying our children's life. And many parents, especially young parents, they hear of this, hear of that, they see what's happening in middle school. Mom, I think I'm this, I'm that. Kids are confused. And that's why I brought this up, so that I want to encourage and parents that you have to be involved. And I also want to inform the parents that the school have to abide by the certain guideline in school, by the state. So it's not really, hands are tied. Our educators' hands are tied. And so I want to not bring division with the parents and the district, but to clarify some of the rights you have. And then before any staff or educators in school roll out something after school or through activity, please go through your administrators and inform the parents. Because for parents, each child is so precious, and I would want to know how they are influenced in their values. It's very important. And if I feel this way, I know every parent wants what's best for their children. I'm not against LGBT, I'm not against, the gender, but not for young children. It doesn't have to start that young. I know that Board Member Sophia, you're saying that whatever state mandates, we just follow. So I have to disagree with you because it seems like that's what your, opinion is. But for me, no, state mandates are not always correct. So that was my main, point to bring this up so that everybody understands mutually. That was my point.
Can I?
This is a reminder. It's an information item. Nothing to vote on.
I like to chip it in. When I say state law education code, that's in general we follow. There's always bendable and flexible. There's some changes there. But when you're trying to present it today, so this ed code is correct. You just want to make the public to aware. When you make that, but you brought it into discussion, it seems like you want to change it. You have some hidden agenda behind that. If you don't, then maybe you should talk to staff, since you're the president. Let the staff to be aware of these things. You're you're cautious in there. Some parents are concerned about this. Maybe we can we need a PR director, Dr. Mr. Smith, may can help us on that, publicize, to let the parent know, more educate them, to let them know they do have a choice, especially President talking about curriculums, the big issues there. Maybe we can expose to them, say, hey, there's
good idea.
There's information parent have it right. And I think a lot of times I want a parent to, I know some parents wait here and want to hear more. I cannot speak for other board members, but for myself, I love, one of the highlights for me to get elected in is the parent involvement. Without parents, the kids cannot be here today because you're the one behind it, support it. But I'm not blaming anyone, but I'm just saying we all need to be aware of what we have, and we all need to know when we can change this. But some of the things we just can't change this. Not just because they say that, the education code say that. If anything we violated, we're against the thing. But there's some flexible, like I just talked to staff. If the parent does not like it, you can talk to our staff, work with them. But we respect all parent choice there. That's why I want to say my
Thank you, Sophie. That was the main reason why I brought this up, so that parents and the community understands.
But not putting the agenda here. It should be
with the discussion, so that we understand and the community understands.
I'll take that.
Okay, now I kind of understand what you're trying to get at, because I was looking at this education code, the California, and then comparing it to our local code and going, oh, where do we differ? Where is it different?
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at, it gives us rights to go and do these great things, and I think we have those rights. But it doesn't really talk about, so maybe, maybe there's not going to be another agenda item like this, but if there's going to be a discussion like this, that you would specifically have that on here. But I'd encourage that we don't do that, because I know that we all have our own personal beliefs about things, and I understand that. I hold some beliefs very strongly, but we're a decision-making board for the body
Ernie,
of the district.
Sure. So Ernie, Sophie, the purpose is not to change anything. I know we can't, because we know that the state has a law. But this ed code I thought was so good. This is a good ed code that was in place for a long time. So I just wanted, and it's not like all the parents and everybody really studies the ed code. Even us board members, we don't study those 100 pages ed code, but this is a good one. This is a good one, and it's just a good reminder we have something like this in
So
place.
you prefer just
Yeah.
let
Yeah, just
people expose them
information.
to information?
So that
It's just
we have the
information.
authority to do things. That's good. I'm just
Just information for public.
I'm just kind of hoping that,
Yeah.
you know, since we all have our own, you know, the one thing that we can do to be unified is to take politics out of it.
Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
just kind of like, I have beliefs, we all have different beliefs, maybe we have the same beliefs, but, you know, if we're just talking about education, if we're talking about math, reading, science, mental health, then I think we'll all be on the same page, and the public will understand that that's our charge. Our charge is to make sure our kids can be great engineers and have great dreams as artists or whoever they are, and we serve them in their universes that they have. And so I'm hoping that we can be unified and not bring us into these other areas that, you know, there's a ton of chaos around us. I get it. But can we at least keep our schools as far away from that? I mean, there's shootings and there's Supreme Court decisions, and as parents, yeah, so there's all kinds of things that are happening out there. I kind of wish that we would be stronger as a school board if we just stick to the knitting, stick to what we're good at, stick to education. You know, I understand part of it is moral character of people as well, but values are important. I get that, but that's so we have choices on our sex ed in terms of that, and that's something maybe we do at home, right? And we don't necessarily have to have that as a board item for us to potentially have disagreement, because I don't want to disagree with you.
That's okay.
For us, we need to
can
work
agree
together.
to disagree.
We can agree to disagree, but I'd rather be unified in the things that really matter. So we can discuss how we can get our kids to do math better, how we can have those great science buildings, how we can have a great media center. That's what I want to talk about. How can we build an aquatic center for our kids so they can swim and have better facilities? So I'm just hoping that in the future we can continue on with the great things to support our kids and education. Thank you, Madam President. That's all.
Dr. Rios?
So just for clarification, because I was also actually very pleased to see, to read the ed code, because I'm very familiar with parental engagement, but I do agree that all of our parents should be well aware. So for clarification, is there a policy in place for parental engagement?
Yes.
Do we have parental choice as part of that?
Yes.
And do we provide the required information to parents on very delicate issues as needed and as required by the law?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Madam President, we have one public comment.
Okay.
Dina Martins.
Good evening. I just want to thank President Sue for bringing this to discuss it, to make it known. I know a lot of parents, yes, we all have parental rights, but they may not know to what extent parental involvement. ABC's, for the most part, is, huge on parental involvement. My family has been part of PTA for a better of 14 years. We have been a part of elementary, middle school, and now high school. As far as parental involvement, I think at the high school level, just a couple weeks ago, there was, and I understand we have to abide by the state law, state mandates, whatever, as far as curriculum goes. But when the high school promotes an LGBTQ movie during the school day, that has nothing to do with the curriculum. That is not okay. It was going to be an after-school movie, which was, okay, it's a club, but an R-rated movie after school on campus is not okay. And the only reason that it was stopped was because of parental involvement, being one of them, calling to find out what the deal was about this movie. Admin didn't know about it. But thank goodness it was stopped, and it was not shown, apparently. We're being told it's not shown. So it's not okay for this movie to have been up to be shown after school. There was, I don't know where the discrepancy was, but the notice that was sent out to parents saying that it was a false, that it was not going to be shown, that is absolutely incorrect. It was going to be shown, and again, it was stopped because parental involvement called the school and let them know what was happening. So as far as parental involvement, we have to be involved, we have to be informed, and we have to call people on the hard stuff. Granted, it's not about against being LGBT, about being against the agenda. It is about wanting, during the school day, advertising something that's after school that I don't want my kid to be available to. It's not okay. So there's a lot of discrepancy, a lot of false clarification after the fact. And that's just one thing. At the beginning of the school year, I understand that they have to be inclusive, the teachers have to be inclusive, and if the student wants to be called by a certain pronoun, they are to be called by a certain pronoun, and that is absolutely up to that student. But when a student is asked for their pronouns in public at the beginning of the school year, at the beginning of this class, the beginning of the school year, they feel they have to say that they're non-binary or what. I apologize, I don't know what those terminologies mean, but because they had to call themselves by a pronoun even though they didn't agree with it, because their peers would think that they were gay if they didn't call themselves a certain pronoun. So what are the rights of these other students that don't feel that they need to be using certain pronouns, but they felt the need to use a pronoun because they didn't want to be called gay if they didn't use this particular pronoun? This is not something that should be discussed in public. If the teacher wants to ask the student in private, then let them do that. But to go around the class and ask the student what their pronoun is not okay. This is happening in your high schools. So that's what parental involvement is about, and I just want to bring that to light, and thank you for bringing it to discussion. Thank you.
Next speaker, Ray Gare.
Good evening again. Ray Gare, President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. I appreciate what you said, the parent, and I appreciate it's important for us to have a discussion about this entire topic. We're in a new age, right? We have to understand, and I agree, that rated R movie should not have been on the agenda for them to show. And that's something that I sat down with the new curriculum director, right, that we have for secondary, or so not for secondary, for all of academic services, and we talked about having a training for teachers about, what kind of supplemental materials do we have and how are they vetted? In the past, we really only vetted novels, right, as a school district. Our society's changing a little bit, and so I think it's in our best interest to train teachers to understand that what they're bringing in as supplemental materials is not going to get them in trouble, is not going to, cause parents concern, and for the board to, feel the heat of that. And I think it's about training, right? As I was talking about a middle school up here earlier, I asked that principal, well, how many kids did you have with LGBT issue, thoughts or whatever, right? Prior to the pandemic, she said, well, 3, that we knew of. And now it's 35. So something dramatic and tragic for a lot of kids, or traumatizing or eye-opening has happened to our kids over this last 2 years. We don't understand it. We're not their age. It's different for them, but we have to try to understand where they're coming from, what they're doing, what they need to see reflected in the curriculum, and how parents can navigate this new reality. Because it's not the reality that we grew up in. But if we don't try to understand our students and our kids, we're going to lose them. That's a warning. You don't want to lose these kids. You'll have a whole generation that will turn on you because they think differently than we do. And if we don't try to understand this generation of kids, they will turn on us. That's my point.
Next speaker, we have Ann Lee.
I have 2 daughters in the ABC school district. I have older daughter. She attends at Whitney. She's in 9th grade right now. And I have Joanna. She's at Whitman Elementary School. And honestly, I didn't know about this ed code, and I'm not sure if it's being implemented. I know you have said that it's been disclosed and parents are involved and whatever. But during the pandemic, my older daughter was in 8th grade. She was in Zoom most of the time, so I could overhear everything she's attending. And there was a mandatory class. It was a 5-week course, and that course was about gender identity and systematic racism. And it was taught by a man who's been homeless for 20 years, who has a very distorted view of America. And I did not agree with anything that was taught in that class, but it was mandatory, and we were not informed. So I had to undo the damage after the class with my daughter, because if anything creates division in this country, it's this talk of systemic racism. Because the reality is, it's not the reality of that man who taught the class, who's been homeless for 20 years. I think rest of us enjoyed a lot of opportunity in this country. The racism may not be systematic. It's not systematic. It may be personal. And the whole gender identity thing, that you can choose your pronoun, you can choose what your gender is going to be, that is deception. Clearly, that causes a lot of mental and physical damage to the young children. Gender dysphoria is actually a mental illness. Why are you promoting mental illness at a young age? Why would you not prevent it from happening, but promote it? I was appalled, okay? I don't know who, I'm sorry, am I the only one who noticed this? I don't know. But I have talked to other friends, and she's watching the meeting right now at home because she just can't be here right now, but she's watching the meeting. She's watching. She knows about CCJ. We don't agree with it. It's just deception, and it's got to stop. And that's a deception, too, that parents are involved and informed. I was not informed of this class. I was very upset. Thankfully, my daughter knows where she stands. We're a very traditional family. My heart goes out to any parent who has to struggle with their kids who are struggling with LGBT issue or gender issue. My heart goes out to them. However, I think prevention is the key. No parent, I have a friend who's very loving, open, liberal, accepting of gays and whoever. However, when it came to her own daughter, any hint of her daughter turning lesbian was like driving her like crazy. And she went down on her knees and cried out to God, and she's not even religious. So my point is that it's not, we have not been informed, we didn't know, and it was mandatory. We didn't have a choice. So, yeah, This is a deception. I'm sorry.
There are no more public comments, Madam President.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have board members' reports. Okay, let's start with Brad Beach.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to report out that I attended the Hispanic Family Circle and was happy to see their presentations. I also joined the ABCFT Showcase via Zoom and wanted to thank our teachers for all the work that they do. I want to thank CSBA and Mr. Kane for the governance meeting that we had on Saturday. I attended the special session training on Saturday. We learned a lot. Summer school registration opens tomorrow night at 7 p.m. for those parents that want to try to sign up for that. This Monday, I'll be serving as a Nixon watchdog, and I actually have a Cerritos High School parent that wants to come see what we do to start some type of parent group at Cerritos High School to improve safety there. So I thought that was pretty awesome. And I also got requested from Principal Hugh to come to her school, Willow, and try to get a group of parents there to start a watchdog group. So, last thing, happy Memorial Day to all those families that have paid the ultimate sacrifice. Cerritos will be having an event at 10 a.m. near the Civic Center, so for anybody who wants to attend. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Madam President. As board members, we may not agree, and we absolutely do not, on some things, but we have always been professional. I requested to speak, and I was not asking for a special privilege. Maybe you thought I was going to speak on something you did not agree with, but I do not appreciate not being recognized. Evidence of a good leader is to be fair and consistent, and today I feel you used your role to do the opposite. Board members have always been allowed to comment on reports. We don't always do, but when we do sometimes, we are recognized, as happened today. And so I'm going to, at this time, do my comment, which is the following. And it was really in reference to our President Ray Gare speaking. Thank you for elevating the ABC to that national level. That group is lucky to have you, and our students are happy to have you as lucky to have you as an advocate. I would love to see a copy of that report. I think it would do well for us to remember what our role is in public education and what our role is to promote. The other thing that I wanted to say, and this was originally going to be my report, is that May is a time to recognize school employees, and so I want to acknowledge anyone and everyone who helps us do what we do here in schools. Thank you. Know that you are acknowledged, and we recognize you. This includes teachers, people who work at our district office, nutrition services, transportation. Gosh, I'm sure if I go on, I'm going to leave somebody out. But in all, thank you. You are appreciated. That is all, Madam President.
Thank you. Next, we have board member Sophia Say.
Well, good evening. It's almost 11 o'clock, so I'll go real fast. May 11, attend district employee recognition breakfast. I want to thank you, staff, and special administrators, people. Shaking hands. What does that mean? Thank you. Oh, my grandson didn't teach me that. He teach me thank you and more. But anyway, so I want to thank you, administrative people, who start recognize our staff working so hard and prepare such wonderful gift backpack to the staff. Hopefully next year we'll get the lunch bags for them. And then I also attending a Tisha Southern area for concert. It was awesome. I was there. I think Carol sat next to me. We really enjoyed the kids perform so great. But you can see the progressive changes from the elementary school to middle school and to high school get better and better. You know, I love the music. May 14, which is I also attending special study section with the CSBA, Mr. King. It was wonderful, and we do share a lot, and we kind of open dialogue with the staff and share our concern, and the staff respond very well. I want to thank you so much. You know, you work Monday through Friday, and you came back on Saturday, work with us, and we understand more each other's, and hopefully that's going to have a wonderful year in 2023. There's some changes. It's hard, but always for better in the future. Thank you.
Next, we have board member Ernie Nishi.
I'll be short, Madam President. Thank you. So I want to thank the teachers that participated in the Day of Remembrance. I was able to give each of them a thank you card for being brave and training the future generations of this country so that they know what's right and what's wrong is wrong. And hopefully future Dr. Castro will be able to bring a Holocaust survivor to our kids so that they can also understand even further some of the evils that people can go through in this life. I think we're doing some good things here, actually, Madam President. You know, we have mental health professionals that we're finally getting to the right level, and we're doing pretty good by them. We're doing a lot of right things. I'm hoping, though, that we can stay out, just stick to the knitting, stick to what we're best at, right? Education. There's a lot of politics out there. I just, you know, there's CRT, there's politics, there's court decisions, there's guns, there's shootings, and there's all these terrible things, right? And I just want to stick to the things that we can keep our kids, we can be unified as a board to be thinking about the kids and what we're here for, which is educating them. So thank you. That's all.
Okay, any other board comments? Okay. I just want to, again, stick to what I value is parents love their children the most. I want to encourage the parents to protect your children, teachers to also do the same, because our children are very precious. Announcements. Next regular board meeting, Monday, June 6, 2022, 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Legislative Policy Committee meeting, Wednesday, May 18, 2022, 6:30 p.m., virtual. Diversity, Unity, Equity, DUE Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, May 19, 2022, 6 p.m., in-person meeting. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, May 24, 2022, 6 p.m., virtual meeting. Finance and Audit Committee, Thursday, May 25, 2022, 6 p.m., in-person meeting. Second public comment section. Dr. Eugenio? Oh, okay.
Madam
We have
President,
like 2 minutes.
we only have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Do we have online comments?
One on Zoom.
Okay. One on Zoom? Okay. Do the Zoom.
All right, thank you. We do have one on Zoom. That's Alexia. Go ahead, Alexia.
Hi, yeah, I just wanted to say that ultimately parents, like Suyu said, parents love their kids. They know what's best for their kids. And teachers do not have any rights over these children, nor should they. Ray Gare thinking that he knows what's best for our children is an insult to parents. We do understand. We've fed these kids, we've clothed these kids, we've provided for these kids, we've loved these kids. We understand our children. We understand our children. We love our children. Anyone who feels that they know better than the parent is just wrong. It's wrong. And like Ernie Nishi said, keep the politics out of the schools and focus on educating the students. Also, I would like to thank the board for bringing this parental right 51101 to parents' attention. I would like to thank the teachers that believe that parents have the rights and don't try to violate the rights. And I just want to say that I appreciate everybody that is trying to bring awareness to the fact that parents know what's best for their kids aside from everybody else, because this parental division that's trying to be created between parents and child is just wrong. It's wrong. It's grooming and it's wrong, and we need to put an end to it. I don't think anybody is not accepting of the LGBT community. I think that is a complete lie. I think what we're not accepting of is sexualizing children. It is against the law for any child to engage in any sexual conduct. And if we know that children reenact what they see, then of course they're going to be engaging in sexual conduct, which is illegal. So I really appreciate the board members that stood up on the behalf of parents today, and that was all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We do have to adjourn. Yeah, we have to adjourn because we extended until 11. Can I have a motion to adjourn in the memory of former ABCUSD employee Penny Bogman? Can I have a motion?
So moved, Nishi.
Second.
Okay. It is with great sadness to inform you that retired ABCUSD employee Penny Bogman passed away on May 1st, 2022. Mrs. Bogman was hired as a substitute SIA on January 23rd, 1990, and became permanent on November 10, 1992 at Fetty Middle School. She was the SIA at Tracy High School and until her retirement on March 12, 2009. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Needs a haircut, though.